Mayor Ronnie Fielder,
Here.
Chairperson Shirley Lanier,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Kashamba Miller Anderson,
Present.
Councilperson Troderick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Councilperson Julia Botel,
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans,
Present.
City Clerk Claudine Anthony is present, City Attorney Don Nguyen. Here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We will have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Julia Botel. At this time in the agenda, we'll take any additions, deletions, or substitutions for our tonight's agenda.
None from staff, Madam Chair.
Yes.
You said
None from staff? Are there any other additions, deletions, and substitutions? I want to add at the end of the agenda under discussion items, or discussion and deliberation, I wanted to add the issue of council security for discussion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
so I concur, and I wanted to specifically ask, well, I did ask the manager relative to security, specifically getting security. So if your conversation involves council security, meaning in public meetings, then I certainly want to add on to that with a caveat of discussing getting security in the current contract.
Very good, sir.
Thank you.
Any other additions, deletions, subtractions, substitutions? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Actually, let me get any disclosures at this time. Of all the items on the agenda tonight, are there any council members who would like to disclose any issues in regards to these agenda items? Hearing none, I request a motion for the adoption of the agenda
I move to adopt the agenda
with the addition of the Security Council.
with the addition of the Security Council,
Yes.
of the security item.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes. We are at the consent agenda. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine, and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Are there any questions in regards to the items that are listed on our consent agenda?
Move consent, Madam Chair.
Second.
Are there any questions? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes. That is the end of our consent agenda. We will go to item number 2, which is board appointments.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
So I'm sorry, I missed this before. Can we take the proclamation for Mr. Holland first? Because if there are some members of his family, I want to go ahead and see if we can get that taken care of ahead of us getting down into some other business.
Well, there's only one other business before that, Mr. McCoy, which is a board appointments. But if you want to take it before then, that's fine as well.
Doesn't matter.
All right, very good. Let us go with number 2 for the board appointments, please.
Read it.
You want to?
Madam Chair, members of the board, as you all are aware, you all represent the city of Riviera Beach on various boards throughout Palm Beach County. In the backup information, the list of the boards was provided along with the current representatives. There are two boards that are listed, the bioscience and I can't remember the name of the other one. Bioscience no longer exists, and the other board, it has not met in 2 years. I know in the last year when this came up, there were questions about those two councils. So one no longer exists, which is indicated on the backup information, and the other board, it has not, which is under the county, it has not been active for 2 years. So at this time, you all can make a decision who will be the representative for the city on each of the boards.
Are there any recommendations, any comments in regards to this item?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we just go down the list of them and we can say who's the regular one currently and the alternate currently, and then see if anyone wants to make any changes?
Yes, we can do it that way. We can start out with the, as she said, the Bioscience Land Protection Advisory Board that's the one you said that was no longer?
I misplaced my backup information, but I believe there's a notation on there.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
It says that this one here, the last meeting on record was May 28, 2019. So that's the one she says they haven't met
Oh,
in
I
a
see.
couple of
There
years.
has not been a meeting since 2019. Do we still want to appoint someone to this?
No.
Okay, very good. Let's go on to the Business Development Board of Palm Beach County. Currently, the regular is Charlie McCoy. The alternate is Councilman Douglas Lawson. Are there any changes, or do anyone want to make changes to this particular board? Okay,
I would offer to stay, Madam Chair.
okay. Mr. Lawson?
I'll have to stay, Madam Chair.
All right, very good. Let's go to the next one, Issues Forum. Regular appointment is Dr. Julie Botel. Alternate is Councilman Charlie McCoy. Are there any, Dr. Botel, would you like to stay at this particular?
I would. I've been attending all those meetings, and I would like to continue, as well as, I think, the North County Intergovernmental, well, yes, I would. Same with the next one.
Okay, Mr. McCoy, would you like to, Councilman McCoy, would you like to stay as the alternate for this one?
Yes.
All right, very
Madam,
good.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
what board did you just announce? I'm sorry.
that was the Issues Forum.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. North County Intergovernmental Committee, the regular appointment is Dr. Julie Botel. The alternate is Councilman Charlie McCoy. North County Intergovernmental Committee. Dr. Botel, would you like to stay at this?
Yes.
Mr. McCoy?
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
actually, for those, I believe we signed up with the Palm Beach, is this the Palm Beach Chamber one? North, Palm Beach Chamber North? Or is this a
I just see
different
North
one?
County
Hold on.
Intergovernmental Committee.
No, this is not the, no, not that one, I'm sorry. It's
Oh.
another one coming up.
Okay. The next one is the Palm Beach County League of Cities General Members. Regular, Councilwoman Cassandra Miller Anderson. Alternate, Councilman Chadwick McCoy.
I'm on the board of directors of the league, so I go to every meeting anyway.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to drop off, I don't mind.
Okay.
I will give that up to Dr. Botel because she does attend those meetings regularly.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we will change out Councilwoman Kashama Miller Anderson for the regular appointment, and Mr. McCoy, would you like to still be the alternate?
If no one else,
I'll take the alternate.
Okay,
I'm sorry?
she said she'll take the alternate.
So you gave up your seat and you want to take my seat?
No, you just asked if anybody wanted. I go occasionally. I don't go
Kashana does
regularly
go.
like Dr. Botel does. Have you been going to any?
No.
Okay, so
Well, first of all, it's been virtual, right?
it has been, yes.
Okay, so.
So that means it's
there in
been,
spirit.
okay.
All right, so you'd like to keep the seat?
He wants to give it up.
Okay, very
Board
good.
Member Miller Anderson can take it.
All right, we'll have Dr. Botel as the regular and the alternate as Councilwoman Kashama Miller Anderson. Palm Beach County School District, regular appointment is Councilwoman Kashama Miller Anderson. The alternate is Dr. Botel. Would you guys like to keep those seats, or would anybody else want to entertain one of those seats?
I'm fine with keeping it.
I don't mind giving up if someone else wants it. If not, I'll keep it.
Gentlemen?
No, thank you.
Very good. Palm Beach County, North Chamber of Commerce, regular. Mr. Lawson is Councilman Lawson is the regular, the alternate is Dr. Botel, Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce. Do you guys want to keep that seat, or do you want to give it up?
I go to every one of their meetings. I don't mind staying on. I would even
I'll s-
not mind being the regular if Doug doesn't want to continue. I don't, Doug, have you been to any of the
I'll
meetings?
switch with Councilwoman
Yeah.
Botel. I'll have
All
her
right,
as a
so
regular.
we'll make Dr. Botel the regular and Councilman Lawson the alternate. Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Committee, regular is Councilman Trodrick McCoy, alternate is Dr. Julie Botel. Any entertainment for these two?
Again, I'm on the Economic Development Committee and on their subcommittee for sustainability, so I go to everyone because I don't have a life.
Mr. McCoy, would you still like to Mr. McCoy, would you still like to keep your position as the regular member?
You know, this Dr. Botel, you can decide you want to be regular, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't care. I just let you know that I'm going.
We will have Dr. Botel as the regular and Councilman McCoy as the alternate. Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce Government Affairs Committee. The regular appointment is Dr. Julie Botel. The alternate is Councilman Douglas Lawson.
That's fine with me.
Madam
That's
Chair.
fine?
That's fine,
Mr.
Madam
Lawson? All right, very good.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Now, this is the one that I was talking about where we did have to sign up with them
Yes.
to be on the, not be on the board, but be a part of the committee. And I know Dr. Botel and I attend these meetings. You did have to sign up to be on the committee. So,
So how do we want to do this one?
So, Madam Chair, if Councilwoman Miller Anderson is signed up, she can be the alternate.
All right, very good. We will have Dr. Botel as the regular, and we will have Councilwoman Kashama Miller Anderson as the alternate. Palm Beach Transportation Planning Agency, also known as the Metropolitan Planning Organization, we have a regular appointment of Councilman Lawson as the regular and Councilman McCoy as the alternate. Anyone wants to switch out with that one?
I'll stay
I would love it, but they have meetings at 9 in the morning, and I work, so I can't do that one.
I'll stay as the regular, Madam Chair.
Mr. McCoy, are you okay with being the alternate?
Well, I don't want to be the alternate, I want to be the regular, because every time I go to the meeting, Councilman Lawson's there, so they don't let me say anything.
Okay. Are you
But that's
okay with
fine.
that, Councilman Lawson?
I'm okay with alternate, no, I'm all right with alternate.
All right, very good.
We'll work out a better schedule.
All right, you work it out. All right, Port of Palm Beach, regular
in a
is.
public meeting, though.
I'm sorry?
They can work it out in a public meeting.
Right. Port of Palm Beach, regular is Councilwoman Shirley Lanier, alternate is Mr. Doug Lawson. I'm sorry, Councilman Doug Lawson. Are there any one who wants to switch out with this particular one?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
if you'd like to switch, I would like to be the regular, but if you want to stay as is, that's
No,
fine.
that's fine, Mr. Lawson. We'll have Mr. Lawson, we'll have Councilman Lawson as the regular, and I will be the alternate.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, very good. Riviera Beach Education Advisory Committee, we have regular as Councilman Kashama Miller Anderson, the alternate is Dr. Botel. Are we good with that position?
I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with it unless someone else wants it.
No takers, very good. That is the end of our appointments for our boards.
So,
Did you
Madam
get that,
Chair,
Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair,
All
members
right,
of the
very
board.
good.
so, I make a motion, we accept those appointments.
So
Second.
moved, seconded rather.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes,
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
yes, sir.
So can we have those sent back to us, those memorialized changes, please?
Thank
Madam Chair, I will make the changes on the list and send it out to you all.
Thank you very much.
And send it to the representatives that's listed on the backup information, so they will know.
Okay, very good. We will now have awards and presentations, and number 3, proclamation to honor Mr. Terrence Holland. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, the Honorable Mayor Ronnie Felder will handle this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Memorial tribute from the Office of the Mayor, City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, in memory of Terrence Denard Holland. We, the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, the Honorable Mayor Felder, City Council, City Manager, employees, friends, and family come to acknowledge the memory of Terrence Denard Holland, Whereas Terrence Denard Holland was born to the parents of Isaac and Frida Holland on December 6, 1985. And whereas he was educated in the school district of Palm Beach County and graduated in 2006 from William T. Dwyer High School in Palm Beach Gardens. He later graduated 2008 from Lincoln College of Technology in West Palm Beach. And whereas Terrence was a family-oriented, loving father of 3 children, brother to a dozen siblings, and whereas Terrence was a lifelong resident of the city of Riviera Beach, wherein he served as a valued and outstanding city employee, who began his employment with the city in 2007, transitioning to several departments, including the marina, parks and recreation, and customer service for utility district billing. And whereas on October 12, 2013, he began working ultimately in the city utility special district as a water and sewer maintenance worker with the easement crew, and through diligent effort and dedication, he was promoted in 2016 in a water and sewer maintenance mechanic, where he worked until his untimely death. And whereas throughout his years of service, he served the citizens of Riviera Beach with compassion, dedication as an employee, and who freely gave of his time and energy, and was a pleasure to work with, whether in or out the office. These characteristics infiltrated to many and earned him the respect and admiration of colleagues and friends alike. Whereas a licensed barber, he skillfully cut the hair of many and touched the lives of those of every age. And whereas Terrence Denard Holland passed from this life on Tuesday morning, March 30th, 2021, his love and loyalty to the city will forever be remembered, along with his bright, steady spirit, cheerful heart. And whereas his family, friends of Mr. Holland was deeply saddened at his departure, and all who were affected by his generous spirit and kindness. And whereas the city is utilizing this opportunity to formally recognize Terrence Denard Holland for his outstanding service to the city of Riviera Beach, and humbly and publicly bestow our gratitude to God and the Holland family for graciously and generously sharing him with our community. Now, therefore, it is finally resolved that I, Ronnie L. Felder, Mayor of City of Riviera Beach and Palm Beach County, by the power vested in me by the residents of Riviera Beach, do hereby recognize and remember the beloved Terrence Denard Holland. And I will enjoin all residents to commemorate and celebrate the city and the Holland family as we continue to honor the life and legacy of Mr. Terrence Holland. An original of this memorial tribute should be placed in the hands of the Holland family, and the original should be filed by the city clerk as an official record of the city of Riviera Beach. A witness whereof I hereunto set my hand and cause this official seal of the city of Riviera Beach to be affixed on the 10th day of April, 2021 AD.
Thank you, Mayor. The Holland family is here.
No, Madam Chair, we're going to present this to them at the homegoing ceremony.
Very good. If the Holland family is watching us on television, we definitely would want to extend our condolences again, and we can't say how sorry we are about your loss. The next item on the agenda is number 4, which is the proclamation from the Office of the Mayor, City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, declaring the month of April as Reentry Month. And I have this, and are there any gentlemen from the reentry that are here? Okay. I'm going to come over here and read this.
Just in case, take it with you.
No, I got it. All right, y'all stand back a little bit because I'm going to take my mask off. All right, this is a proclamation for the month of April, which is Reentry Month. As you know, the City of Riviera Beach has a reentry program that works with returning citizens to our city. Whereas that more than 600,000 men and women leave American prisons every year, more than 11 million people annually cycle through our nation's jails. National recidivism rates top 50%, and thousands of adults and juveniles return from incarceration to Palm Beach County each year. Whereas it costs $18,000 per year to house an adult inmate at the state level, $48,910 per year at the local level, and $50,000 per year to house a juvenile. Whereas the work has been done by the county's Reentry Task Force, and the Riviera Beach Reentry Center plays an integral role in the county's collaborative efforts that has made Palm Beach County a national leader in reentry services. And whereas the citizens returning to Riviera Beach and Palm Beach County have benefited from the important work of the community partners who have cut recidivism rates in half and provided returning citizens unprecedented access to job training, health care, housing, case management, and have put thousands of individuals on a path to productive, successful lives. And whereas the demand for reentry services remains high, and the investments we make today will pay dividends for returning citizens and public safety in Riviera Beach. Now, therefore, I, Ronnie Felder, Mayor of the City of Riviera Beach in Palm Beach County, by the power vested in me by the residents of Riviera Beach, do hereby proclaim the month of April as Reentry Month in Riviera Beach and implore all citizens to be aware that encouraging the restoration and the reintegration of persons who have paid their debt to society, and ultimately makes communities safer and saves taxpayer dollars by lowering the direct and collateral costs of incarceration. I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the City of Riviera Beach on this 7th day of April 2021. And that is our reentry program. And I encourage all of our business in the city to be involved in our reentry program. It is an excellent program. It is something that this city needs. It is something that returning citizens need. And as this proclamation says, and I will say it again, they have paid their debt to society. And now it is time for them to move on with their lives and for them to have the support that they need. And thank you so much, guys, for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Ord.
Thank you, Council Chair Lanier, and also thank you to the board for being so supportive of our reentry program here for over the past 14 years. And so Reentry Month is this month and, for the month of April, and also for the county is Second Chance Month. So there's a myriad of activities that are planned throughout the month. We'll be hosting our event on Tuesday, this Tuesday at 6 o'clock right here, our Reentry Awareness Night. So everyone is invited to come out. Council Chair Lanier will be one of our panelists, along with Commissioner Mac Bernard and a few of our other reentry advocates. So we're just excited about all the things that we have in store for our community and these men and women that are returning from incarceration. And so we have access to social support services, housing, substance abuse, education, a lot of different things that are there. And so we'll be using the month of April to highlight all of the things that we have going on throughout this month. And if I could take just about 5 seconds to introduce some of my staff is here. If we could have our reentry team, anyone from our reentry team to stand up.
Stand up, people, stand up.
Go ahead and stand, don't be shy. And so we're thankful for this small army that we have, and Mr. Oswald Nubo is one of our newest case managers, so we're definitely welcoming him as a part of the team. So once again, we just want to say thank you to the board, Council Lanier, Honorable Mayor, and City Manager for your unparalleled support of our program throughout the years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have just a question.
Sure.
Ori, quite some time ago, we had a list of about 100 employers in the city who are willing to hire returning citizens. Has that list been updated, and is that something that we can have access to if we want to plan things for?
Yeah, that list was 100 employees throughout the county.
Yes, oh, it was in the
just
county,
city.
okay.
But yes, we can get with Career Source. They'll actually be there Tuesday night, and so we can actually get with them to see. That was about 2018, so I'm sure it would need to be updated.
Yes, yes.
So, but we can definitely get with them on Tuesday.
Great.
And try to get that list out.
And then there's an event on the 17th at St. James. Desmond Meade is going to be there with the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition van and everything, so just wanted people to be aware of that.
Definitely.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So, question for Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, so we obviously have two events going on simultaneously here Tuesday, because I got a request to be a part of the artist showcase on
I
Tuesday
did too.
at the same time.
That's 5:30 though.
When is it?
The artist showcase is 5:30, I think.
But it's a panel discussion as well, right?
Maybe in another
It's
room.
5 to 5:45, and the other one starts at 6.
Okay.
Oh, wait, what, I get my calendar right. What's at 5?
The artist showcase.
Oh, I had it at 5:30, okay. Thank you. We do
Okay.
have it at 5, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. I just, it seems, I almost thought they were the same event.
No, but you could definitely welcome, as soon as you leave the artist showcase, to come to the reentry event happening right over here. We would really like your presence there, sir.
Thank you for the invitation.
Yes. Our next item on the agenda is the presentation of Reimagine City of Riviera Beach, and I'd like to introduce you guys to the new library director, Mr. Rodney Freeman. But Mr. Evans,
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the board, we're excited to provide some additional information with regards to the Reimagine Riviera Beach and the progress that we're making on the site that was acquired by the city, 2129 North Congress Avenue, and what is happening in that particular space. Later on this evening, you will have an item that will assist in appropriating some additional monies to effectuate the vision that you will see tonight. So without further ado, you're going to hear from our library director, Mr. Rodney Freeman.
Hello. And waiting for the
Mr.
slide
Freeman.
to pull up.
Media team, do you all have the presentation?
yeah, I saw notice.
No?
It's on Nova.
We sent them in?
It's on the link, Walter, for the agenda. While he's finding that presentation, could you tell us something about yourself, Mr. Freeman, so you can, to the public? I know you've come up here before, but we very rarely see you. We're so happy to see you again in terms of our new library, so give us something,
Sure. So my library experience has, I started off as a page, and I actually have risen up to become a library director. I started as a page, I became a librarian, working with electronic resources, working with digital projects. That was my focus when I went to school for my master's in library science. I also have a master's degree in public administration. I became a branch manager with St. Louis Public Library, Indianapolis Public Library, and then in Chicago, I became the library director for the Woodson Regional Library, which is on the south side. We had the Harsh Collection. If you guys are familiar with the Schomburg, the Harsh Collection is the second largest African American collection outside of that, so I managed that. And then I went and was promoted to the Harold Washington Library, where I managed 200 people, 6 different departments. And from there, I became an assistant professor at Tennessee State, and now I'm here. So that's the full extent of my library experience.
Well, very good, sir. Are we ready, Mr., or he's still getting it? Tell us about this, what are you going to do for the city's library collections? I'm not sure what collections we have.
Sure.
I'm not sure what your direction is for that, and how you see the city in terms of this whole new digital opening for us.
Yeah, so let me just take a little nuance to that. So basically, we actually, right now, we're in the building. I know it doesn't seem, we're not visible like we used to be, but we actually are. We have 3 satellite locations. We're at Brooks Center, we're at Ambassador Center, and then we're at Lindsay Davis Center on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So the days that we're not there on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we're actually in the building weeding material and then discarding some of the older books. But we're also working on special projects. We have our archives that we're getting ready to inventory so we can digitize the newspapers that we have in our archives so it can be more accessible to the public. So with this new temporary location, even though our archives room will be really small, it's going to you'll actually be able to access our archives through online. And so that's one of the projects that we're working on right now.
Excellent. Very good. I think that we're ready, Mr. Walter? All right, very good.
All right, so I would like to present to you the layout of the library / youth empowerment building. And if you pull up the next slide, you'll see the actual layout of the whole building.
Do you have any good jokes? Or any unique hobbies?
No, I was not prepared for jokes.
Okay, all right, very good. So since that's not going to work and you wanted to show us something visually, give us something, so we can come back later in the program and pick up with this, but give us something.
Yeah, I can give you an overview. So,
Yes.
overview of the building where we have the youth empowerment program and the library. We have a main library that's, once you see the actual layout, which is in the southwest corner, and the children's library, which is in the northeast corner. That being said, we also, when you walk into the library, you'll be able to see the library as soon as you walk into the door. You'll be able to, once you get into the main library, you'll be able to see that we've blended this traditional and modern types of libraries, which is, we'll have a public meeting room. We'll also have a African-American room / archives room. We'll definitely have a business center / entrepreneurship center in the library, and then also public PCN in the library, in the main library area. Now, in the children's area, what we've done is we went ahead and we kind of encourage play in the library, but we've also encouraged our young readers to really be able to grab those books. So we have the books are actually facing outward so they can actually see the covers. And then the children's area, we're going to be doing our story time, and we actually are also partnering with the African American Research Library to have some teens come in to digitize some of their history, and we can share that with the public as well. So that's what you'll see in the library.
All right, well, thank you so much, Mr.
And we have
we
have it.
All right, very good. Figured we would get there.
Okay, so the next slide. In the next slide, this is the building layout. And if you,
Let the public know where this building is, Mr. Freeman.
Yes, this is 2129 North Congress.
Okay.
And so I know you probably cannot see, but the two areas that are highlighted in color, those are the main areas that the library will be operating out of. The main library, again, in the southwest corner, and the children's library in the northeast corner. Next slide, please. So once you walk into the door, your attention is going to be grabbed. You'll see 2 self-checkout machines. You'll see that we'll have our collection out so people can be able to enjoy the coffee and something to eat from the cafe that will be managed by the Youth Empowerment Program. Next slide, please. And in this side, you actually see where we blended the traditional and the modern look of a library. It's more inviting and encourage you to stay and kind of sit and enjoy the library. So one of the things that you don't see on this slide is our African-American / archives room, which is going to be more of a quiet space for people who want to just sit and work, and then also to be able to pull up our digital archives. The next slide, please. And this is our children's area. We have a study room for the children's, and then we, again, like I said, encouraging play, but also just to engage the young reader to come in and grab a book and sit and stay a while. And that's the main library areas. Any questions?
Thank you so much for that presentation, Mr. Freeman. Are there any questions from the board in regards to Mr. Freeman's presentation and our moving forward with our new library. And I just wanted to say that I, you know, because of the pandemic, I really missed going to the library and just sitting there and taking in the ambiance and just being around the books. And I look forward to doing that again, certainly, because I really have missed that during the pandemic.
Yeah, we look forward to you guys coming back to the library. We're excited. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Youth Empowerment Program rebranding. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, if I can have our Youth Empowerment Director, Ms. Valerie Grimsley, make this presentation on staff's intent to rebrand the program, but also show you how the Youth Empowerment Program is going to fit into the facility that was acquired to accommodate the joint uses and what the experience will be for those individuals that participate in those programs. Ms. Grimsley?
Good evening, council, chair, co-chair, community. I'm hoping that we can play the slides here.
It is on the backup as well.
We probably need to do it the same way we just did the last presentation.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So, Mrs. Grimsley, you want to have some jokes for us as well?
Unfortunately, the county's here, so I don't have many jokes.
But if you do want to get a COVID-19 vaccine,
I'm the person.
All right, very good. And give us some information about that,
Okay.
Ms. Grimsley.
Just to give you some background on youth empowerment, everyone might know, but some people might not know how we came up with youth empowerment or how the county, which is our partner, came up with youth empowerment. About 16 years ago, because of the crime that we were having in our county and just in the state of Florida, kicked off an initiative with the Florida State Team Criminology Department to actually check out how we were assessing the crimes that were going on in our neighborhoods. Riviera Beach was one of 5 youth empowerments that actually was spent off to actually work with students that are 11 to 19. But since the inception of that, we've expanded the concept. We've heard the cry of our community. We've expanded our services to now do holistic services to our families. And with that, Mr. Evans, the council, and the community really wanted to give us a larger space to actually provide those services. So with that, we've expanded not only our partnership with the county, who is here, but we've also expanded our partnership with Florida Atlantic University, community and adult education with Palm Beach County. We've also expanded our partnership in some other sectors as well to provide more of a holistic service to our community. So with that, we have expanded to rebranding youth empowerment. We will continue to always be youth empowerment, and we're going to continue to use that name. But we have to look further ahead so that we can be more inclusive than exclusive with our adults that we serve now. We are aligning ourselves with the county master plan, which serves birth to 22, and we really want to do that in a holistic manner. So we are changing our name to the Emerging Community Center. It will be an overarching name, and youth empowerment will still be our underlying name, so we will use both of those names. We will change our services, and with moving with the library, it's going to afford us an opportunity to now have a STEM lab with our partnership with Florida Atlantic University, being the professor and one of the main hubs in our STEM lab. We are looking to expand some of our services so that we can also, on PDD days, offer science and biology training to some of our Palm Beach County science teachers. In addition, we have saw the need that sending some of our students that participate in our GED program, sending them outside of our community is somewhat of an injustice to them. They come back disgruntled, they come back frustrated if they don't pass the test when we've provided the preparation for them. So what we've decided to do in our new facility is also become a Pearson VUE testing center. It will be certified where our people now and other community citizens from around our surrounding areas will also be able to take their GED tests on site now in the library. In addition to that, some of the Microsoft Office certifications will be provided as well. So we will have our own certified testing lab within the library. We will also kick off our virtual reality room. So our students will not only be playing the PlayStations and the Xbox, they'll be able to experience Mars without leaving Riviera Beach. So that's one of our biggest things. In addition, we are in talks with some other funders and some other people that I won't mention today, but something Mrs. McBride and I are working on to utilize our testing center as well as it's going to be a nice, if we can get the pictures, a nice room where we can have a classroom where we can offer some training to get our people back to work. And those are just some of the innovative things, but the biggest innovation that we have is in the Riviera Beach Library, Community Center, and Youth Empowerment, we'll have our own cafe. When you enter the library, there will be a cafe, somewhat of a micro Starbucks or a micro Chick-fil-A, where you'll be able to receive coffee, donuts, croissants, and be able to enjoy the surroundings while you have your coffee in the morning, or while you enjoy our library, you'll be able to also visit our cafe, which will be ran by the city and the Youth Empowerment. Any questions?
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry. Mr. Lawson.
Thank you. Ms. Grimsley, first, I just want to thank you for the efforts and energy with the Youth Empowerment Program. You've done an amazing job with it, even through the pandemic and moving forward, so thank you very much. Can you tell us a little bit about the testing center?
Yes. The testing center will be certified. So if you can imagine our students going to RCA Boulevard to take some of not only the GED, but to either take their fireman tests or take their Microsoft Office certifications, they have to go into a certified lab in order to take those tests, and they have to be observed by a tester. So we're going to have that ability to do that, and it's a revenue generator for us as well. Those tests are $32 a piece, and it's 4 tests for the GED. So those dollars will come back into Riviera Beach.
And where are some of the nearest testing sites? Because I understand that they're in Boca, they're kind of far for our residents and for locals.
There's only 3 in the county right now. That is Palm Beach Gardens, Belglade, and Delray.
Okay.
So we'll be centrally and, where we'll be centrally accessible to residents that can't get on the bus or may not be able to go that far because of maybe children or other issues that may preclude them from getting there.
Again, thank you for your efforts. Excellent job.
Are there any other questions for Mrs. Grimsley?
I think we have the,
Oh, we got it.
so we can show the pretty pictures.
All right, very good, Mrs. Grimsley.
As you can see, this is the front of the library, or in front of the library / Youth Empowerment Community Center. When you enter, if you could go to the next slide. This is where you would be entering our library. If you could go to the next slide. Okay. This was our cafe. So this is what you would be entering into. This would be, when you walk through the main doors, this would be to your right. As Mr. Freeman showed you, the seating areas and the books would be to your left. This would be to your right. You'd be able to enter our cafe, receive your coffee, and even if we work this the right way, you'd be even able to purchase a bag of coffee to take with you. We are in talks with a couple different coffee vendors that we will be presenting to our legal team to review some of the things that they're talking about as far as contractual. What you're seeing is our virtual reality room. So the two televisions that you see in front of you will actually be your virtual reality, where the students will put on goggles in order to leave Riviera Beach while still being in Riviera Beach. In order to meet the need of everyone, if you see the three televisions to the right of the wall, that our students will continue to be able to play their Xbox and their PlayStations. So it'll be more inclusive while also looking to the future.
And part of the virtual reality is going to incorporate a Riviera Beach City Council meeting experience as well.
This is our actual training room / classroom, so it will actually be used both ways. And this will be our training room. But students will also be able to use this as a classroom. Mr. Freeman will be able to provide trainings as well for the library, so it will have multi-uses. It will also have the surround sound, so it will be used for virtually anything that you want to use for the library. We are equipping this room with chairs there are nesting chairs and tables, so if we need to just reduce the tables to actually add some more square footage, you'll be able to do that as well. What you're seeing now is our testing center, which will have somewhat of this concept. As you may be aware, in the testing center, it's all online, so you have to provide some coverage so that it remains transparent at all times. What we didn't talk about is our STEM lab. We talked about it just a little bit, but there's a two component to our STEM lab. This is our first component to the STEM lab, which is where we have the partnership with Florida Atlantic. This is what our STEM lab will mirror. Our second component is the inside and outside hydroponic gardening program. This will be our inside hydroponic area to your left-hand side and somewhat of a mirror of what the outside hydroponic area will be. Our thought process with this is to take the plants and the vegetables that we're growing and actually place them back into our cafe to actually either provide them to the public or send home with some of the students and the citizens from the library and the youth empowerment. And our last thing is this: in order to grow to be a strong tree, we must first treat the root. We have to serve our citizens as a whole. We can't keep serving our kids and not serving our families. And with that, that's my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Grimsley. Are there any questions for the Emerging Community Center?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. If I may address Ms. Grimsley.
Yes.
I had the pleasure quite recently of meeting with a couple of people who want to start a volunteer program, a very active volunteer program for not only the kids but even adults in the community, people who want to volunteer to help. Can we have a conversation with Mr. Evans' permission, of course, about how we can facilitate that in this space?
Most definitely.
Great. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Evans or Ms. Grimsley, will the expansion of our YEP program have any effects on our grant funding that we're receiving from the county?
I'm sorry, say what?
Will this expansion or changes of our name or development of our program have any effects on the grant funding we receive from the county?
It will not. We will continue to use Youth Empowerment's name as we've always have, and our partnership, and Mr. Ike Powell is here now to speak to that, but we will continue to use their name and the concepts. The concepts work. We have the statistics to actually measure that by. The concepts work. We're not going to change that. We're just expanding it so we can serve our citizens as a whole, and to bring some of those concepts into the adult population. But Mr. Ike Powell can speak closer to that for you.
Please, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening to the entire council. Good evening, Mayor Felder, and also good evening, Ms. Nguyen and Mr. Evans. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Palm Beach County Youth Services. I'm a member of that team, and we work extremely close with Val. And the first thing I want to say, when she approached us with this, we had nothing but great things to say. My words were, wow. I was totally impressed with her vision, and she's always been a visionary. As many of you know, the Youth Empowerment Centers in Palm Beach County have been around for more than 15 years. They were birthed with funding that the county committed to a larger vision of overall youth violence prevention throughout the county. As she mentioned, there were 5 Youth Empowerment Centers, and they were birthed with the intention of the county starting them off and then assisting the cities with maintaining them. The county continues to maintain 5 of the Youth Empowerment Centers: Riviera Beach, Belle Glade, and then one down in Lake Worth. We're so proud of the work that they do. I'm extremely proud of the work that Valerie does, her vision for everything, and where she's taken the Youth Empowerment Center here in Riviera Beach. It is the largest of the 3 Youth Empowerment Centers. The concept, she's always very transparent with anything she's looking to do. We are, as you know, a very significant funder. We just executed another 3-year agreement back in October. The Youth Empowerment Center, so you all realize, it comes from a separate pool of funding that we have within the youth services. So that funding is dedicated specifically to Youth Empowerment Centers. Our overall intention is to continue to fund those Youth Empowerment Centers as long as we can. Our partnership with the city and specifically with Valerie, as I say, is extreme. She approached us with this. She's offered us the opportunity to take a walkthrough before the work even started in the building, and I thank her wholeheartedly for that. She showed us all these pictures. We talked about the branding. We were concerned about potential impacts with branding the name, but we came to the conclusion that her vision is excellent. The emerging community center, so being able to still brand the Youth Empowerment Center on flyers, on all the collateral, on the outreach to the young people of Palm Beach County is very important, and being able to weave that Youth Empowerment Center into the overall concept of the emerging community center. We love the fact that she's expanding it, serving a more holistic family approach to the community. We've talked to her to ensure that she understands the necessity to still adhere to the contract, because I'm in a role, me and my team, of overall compliance to ensure that the county's funds are spent on the population that's in that contract, the 11 and 19 years old, on the specific services and activities to achieve the outcomes. And she does a great job at doing it. I'm very confident that she will continue to do that under this new branding.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions for this team?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Ms. Grimsley, you forgot one thing to tell them about. No, I think it's better coming from you.
You're talking about our...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What we didn't show you pictures of, because we don't have the imagery just yet, is when you enter the library, once you pass the cafe, you'll be able to experience a saltwater fish tank that will teach our students and our citizens about not only about the ecosystem, but also about our waterways, what's in the waters, how some of the coral is becoming extinct, how we need to appreciate them. Initially, we're going to start off with a freshwater tank. I don't know if Mr. Evans want me to divulge what's in the freshwater tank?
Sure.
Okay. So initially, we're going to start off with a freshwater tank to really drill down and teach our students and our families about the ecosystem on the freshwater side. And we are formulating a partnership. When I say we, Mr. Bailey, myself, is working with a few contractors and vendors. We'll be able to bring in baby alligators and use it as a technique of teaching our children not only safety, but also some of the dangers that's in our waters. We're going to work with the vendor because they have the expertise. They the baby alligator only stays small for so long. So we're going to use that as a teachable moment and then bring in our saltwater tank to actually expand that teaching around our waterways.
Nice.
Very good.
Madam Chair? I'm sorry.
Miller Anderson and then yourself.
Well, I certainly want to tell Ms. Grimsley, thank you for all that she does with the Youth Empowerment Organization and just the expansion of it. I think we're always on the cutting edge of being first on a lot of things, and I really appreciate the thought and the very deep thoughts that go behind creating these programs, and so that we can be number one in everything that we do. The alligator part, I will pass on that, but I will be visiting the rest. I'm sure my husband will be over there because he loves to stop on the side of the street to see these alligators when we're traveling. So that sounds like a place that he will definitely like to visit, and I will let him do that for me. But thank you so much for everything that you do, and I can't wait to visit.
Madam Chair.
Councilman Botel.
Thank you. I'm so excited about this library, I can't tell you. And the program that you're doing is wonderful, Valerie. Thank you so much. I wanted to be sure you were aware that the Loggerhead Marine people have some great virtual reality programs that can actually put a student at the bottom of a coral reef. That's what it looks like to them. So if you want to reach out to them, I can get you the contact information for the people to maybe borrow some of that stuff. It would be really exciting to have kids see that.
Okay.
Thanks again.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Grimsley and her Youth Empowerment Emerging Community Service Program? Thank you, Ms. Grimsley. It is 7:40 p.m. If I'd like to entertain with the board members to start our comments from the public before we get into our 30-minute presentation by the Alpha Educational Foundation, if there's no objections.
No objection.
All right, very good. We will start with our public comments at this time. Please be reminded that the City Council has adopted rules of decorum, public comment, public conduct during official meetings.
Mr. Brown.
Okay. Which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the council chair, that's me, may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Public comment shall begin at 7:30 p.m. unless there is no further business of the City Council, which in the event it shall be sooner. In addition, if any item is being considered at 7:30, then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Any person who would like to speak during public comment, please fill out a public comment card located at the front desk over here with the City Clerk, and give it to the staff before the public comment section is announced. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the acceptance of public comment cards is now closed. Paige Parker, Peter Haruta, Lloyd Brown. And Madam Chair, members of the board, I believe I need to take the time on my phone. Am I correct, media team? Or do you all have it?
Do your phone.
Okay. Okay, Ms., you can go ahead.
I can do it as well. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paige Parker. I was hoping I wasn't going to have to follow that because that was just wonderful and awe-inspiring. And I was making notes, and my notes also said, wow, so exciting. And it wasn't what I was going to talk about tonight, but it brought me to a meeting that we attended, a special meeting about the marina. And at that point, we were talking about what we wanted to see there, and haven't heard anything back on that, but they were saying they were going to go towards something like a Dave & Buster's or a Drive Shack or a bowling complex. And the whole time I was thinking, what happened to our aquarium? and listening to the gentleman, our wonderful gentleman running the library, what about a cultural arts center, a cultural museum, a Riviera Beach history museum? And I had forgot to bring that up in the last couple of meetings because hadn't heard back from that meeting. But those thoughts immediately started running through my head when I heard those last couple of presentations. So what I was going to talk about tonight, but still want to proceed with those thoughts and those conversations, is back to our infrastructure. That's always my subject matter, being a long-term citizen on Singer Island. Infrastructure, the traffic situation, hurricane evacuations, the excessive speed, the danger. No one obeys the speed limit coming up and down the bridge. No one obeys the speed limit coming around North Ocean. And I know our police are very busy, but it's very dangerous. So our infrastructure, our roads, the speed limits, concerns about being able to evacuate, and the infrastructure with our drainage, the high tides, our construction, back to the hurricanes. Is everything on track for all these big condos to be able to shut down their cranes, shut down their building materials, so those things are safe and secure? And also, with that being said, it's also sea turtle nesting season. So I'm hoping that all of the condos already in construction or under construction are all in compliance with their lighting, so they're not affecting our sea turtles. But as the previous presentations were talking about, we have a gem. Our cultural resources, our environmental resources, we're so blessed. So I want to make sure that they're protected always. These programs to make sure that our youth and our current families are aware of these things, so important. But I think it all ties back in together with our infrastructure, making sure that our roads are safe.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank y'all.
Thank you so much.
Peter Haruda, Lloyd Brown, Margaret Shepherd.
Madam Chair, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Peter Ruda, 2305 Lakeshore Drive. Just want to bring up the issue that I brought up before about 24th Street storm drains. I'm not sure if there's, we have king tides, we have the rising tide, and upcoming hurricanes and storms that always exist and are getting worse. I would just like to ask if there's some way that the board or we could look at some kind of funding in the upcoming board meetings or future for figuring out some kind of new infrastructure for the 24th Street drainage, which is deteriorating and becoming really of a somewhat of an issue in my view. And of course, most of the residents confirm that same concern has been voiced here before. I just want to be put on the agenda of some type to look for some type of funding or some type of meeting about the storm drain for that area, because we do flood, we go underwater, our properties are just being dramatically affected by that. And I just see, I've been here 4 years, and in the 4 years, every year it becomes potentially worse and worse. So that's pretty much it, and I just want to say thank you for everything you guys are doing. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Lloyd Brown, Margaret Shepherd.
How you doing? My name is Lloyd Brown. I guess you already know that, but I'm up here because, I think my friend, she always talking about I complain, about things, but like when it comes to the city, I understand what she's saying, so I don't really. But she builds me up, so when I get over here, I can complain, and I don't really worry about what you people think, but I have to worry about her. But anyway, you ever heard of the Trojan horse? That's the horse that they brought in, and the people thought it was going to be such a great deal. Well, now in Riviera Beach, we got Trojan houses. They bringing them in, and you understand, like they'll tell you it's going to be a house where you're going to have housing or whatever. Then next thing you know, in the next 2 months, they got a group home there, and the people that live next door don't know anything about it, and nobody said anything to them. And okay, like as far as these lots I see being cleaned too, I see a lot of Spanish guys cleaning them. And even the houses that they're rental, there's more rentals in Riviera Beach, I think, than there are in the United States, honestly. I'm gonna tell you the truth, because all these houses over here, most of them are rental houses. And what's so bad about that is, okay, in a rental house, you don't have a washer and a dryer for a woman that has kids, and you let these people lease these houses through the health department to these people. And I mean, okay, all you need with some of these women, they don't even cook. You need a microwave, a washer, and a dryer. Because I'm going to tell you like this, most of them don't cook. But when you go to the store, all they get is soup in a cup and stuff like that. And they have to go to these corner stores to actually buy most of the food that they get. But when you eat food and you go to school, your clothes get dirty, and you definitely have to go to the restroom, and things get dirty, your clothes. Without a washer and a dryer, I mean, that doesn't even make sense. They have to get in these houses, so they have to take the deal that they get. And I mean, I don't see y'all letting these people come in here and rent these houses. I done seen some slumlords. I know a house in Riviera Beach only got one door, but it's about 12 kids to be in there. It only has one door. So where the code enforcement? Oh, the code enforcement over there with my friend on 6th Street telling him that he need to get his address so they can see it. But they don't go to these rental houses. I look at the rental houses. When a person leave a rental house, if they go in there and they got to tear damn near everything out to repair it, don't you know that house been that way for the longest? It just did not happen. Because I live next door to a rental house, and these people complain to me. Most people that come and complain to me, they talk about all of y'all, and I'm not going to tell you what they're saying, but they just like disgruntled, almost like a disgruntled employee. These are disgruntled citizens. I mean, you need to look at these rental houses instead of messing with somebody about the door doesn't have the address on it, or your yard grass is brown. When you got a rental house where these people make $1,200 a month, they should have the greenest grass.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Margaret Shepherd.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. That was a tough situation coming behind Mr. Brown. I tell you, I admire him. But I'm here today. I was listening to him say people complain, and I think it was Monday when we had the senior citizen luncheon over at Lindsay Davis. I didn't go because I wasn't feeling well, and I had a call, and they said, Ms. Shepherd, where are you? I said, I'm at home. And they said, can we come over and talk to you? And I said, I said, how many is we? They said 8. I said, okay, I can accommodate that into my little room. The complaint was the treatment of Mr. Lawson. I'm just delivering a message, you all. And I asked them what was the complaint. They said, well, he's everywhere. Wherever we go, he's there. He dance, he laugh, and just have a good time with us. And they say they were just disturbed by him not getting the chair. And so I tried to explain to them that even though you're pro-team chair, it does not mean you'll become chair. It's the vote between them. So they're just distraught, and a couple of them say they wasn't voting. They didn't vote the last time. And I said, well, I'm going to say it on Channel 18. Mr. Lawson, I just want you to be encouraged. They're still your seniors, and I hope you don't go anywhere. I hope you don't get discouraged. I hope you still love them and kiss them, take all them pictures with them, because that's what they like. And I thank you, and I thank the ones that came over to talk to me, and I want you to know, we have to do a little bit better. Even if we don't like you, we still have to be a little bit better. I'm just a messenger now. Don't get upset with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comments that were submitted before the calling of the no longer accepting cards.
All right, thank you. The next item on the agenda is a 30-minute presentation. Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair and members of the board, if I can have the Deputy City Manager, Ms. Elizabeth McBride, make this presentation, and she will also be making this presentation in collaboration with the Alpha Foundation fraternity.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council, mayor, and city manager. Tonight, we were hoping to provide you with a two-part presentation. First, an update from the January meeting, when we first dealt with the issue surrounding the lease with the Alpha Educational Foundation. And second, the fraternity has requested to do a short presentation about the organization. During the January meeting, there were several issues that were identified that were delinquent relative to the lease.
Madam, I'm sorry, Ms. McBride.
Yes.
The gentleman standing, we have seating in the here. If there's not a seat, that means that that's overflow. So you have to have a seat because we have to maintain our 6 feet distance in this auditorium. So if you can come and have a seat, and if there are no seats, then that means that you have to go to the overflow. If there are no seats, that means that you have to go to the overflow. Okay, very good. Mrs. McBride.
For the first part, providing with a status update regarding the lease. Since the last meeting, city staff we've had 3 meetings with the members of the Alpha Educational Foundation to discuss the lease, the terms of the lease, and to address deficiencies related to the lease. At the January meeting, it was reported to you that they were delinquent as to rent and late fees. They are no longer delinquent in that area. The rental fees have been paid up to September of 2021. Also, it was stated that they were delinquent in their solid waste assessment fees. It was determined that after much go-round and exchange, that the Alphas did not have dumpsters on their site as they were being assessed for, but roller containers. And we've just been able to provide them this afternoon with the statement as to the 4-year costs for those containers. So that is something that will have to be addressed later, because there's a question as to what date the charges should start to be accumulating. The other area related to of grave importance to the city were the insurance requirements. All the Alphas, as well as all the tenants, have met the insurance requirements associated with the lease, with only one tenant who apparently their auto insurance provision, we found out this afternoon, had lapsed. The tenant does have the commercial general liability, but it's the auto part that has lapsed. For the business licensing, Ms. Nguyen is in the process of reviewing the subleases of the tenants. Once those are completed, they will be able to submit their applications for it. Pending are 4 applications already. The Alphas for their leasing part, also another one for their mentoring and tutoring program, And for the subtenants, we do have also 2 applications presently pending: Florida Fishing Academy and Acts of Kindness. And the only, only barrier is just the approval and sign off on the subleases by the city. Several building inspections have been made of the site by the building official, who has indicated he is happy with the progress that has been made, that a lot of work has been done at the site, even though there's still a lot of work that needs to be done relative to the site. And for the next month, up until like June or July, he will provide monthly reports of the progress with the building violations and their corrections. And the manager will provide you with the outcome of those inspections. Okay. If you have any questions regarding any of the issues that were stated in January, we do have the risk manager here. We have the building official here. We have Mr. Sherman here with the finances, if you have any further questions. Otherwise, for the Alphas, I think the Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity is here, and their Men of Tomorrow group is here. And the presenters on their behalf would be Dr. George Lockhart, Mr. Alfred Friels, who manages the Educational Foundation part, and Mr. Finley.
Okay, you can come forward.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
so before he does, so what exactly was the 30 minutes? Is that the entire presentation? Is it a presentation of 30 minutes from the Alphas? Well, explain this, because Ms. McBride started off by saying there'd be 2 sections. So I want to ask some questions of what Ms. McBride said, but I want to know what the rules of engagement are.
Yes,
Okay.
Ms. McBride.
The Alphas asked the manager if they could do a presentation for tonight about their organization. And as part of it, if you recall, with the questions that were raised by members of the council, it was asked for them to present an update of the programs currently at the site and how they are benefiting the city, and any physical improvements that they would be making to the
I think the question is, how long does this take?
the video that it's about 7 minutes, the one I
Right.
saw. Okay.
McCoy?
Follow up.
Yes.
So before we get into that, I want to address the issues that prompted us to go and ask these questions. I know then Councilperson Lanier, who's chair, had shared some of the same concerns. And Mr. Evans, please help me out, because I just so happened to be at the meeting March 21st, 2018, and I went back, reviewed the video, and I have the transcript in front of me, so I want to make sure that I can get down to my concerns about the non-compliance before we hear about any program or progress that they've done. So I want to start off, and I know we got an update, but I want to make sure that we get some clarification, and I want the members' attention on this, because when we brought this up in January, I specifically asked to have, I think ahead of the meeting, Ms. Nguyen, I think I asked for an ledger to find out where they were ahead of them coming before us. And then we got in the meeting in January, it was stated that the payments were sent into the city and they were mailed in or something of that sort, but they were lost and it was never credited to the account. And I want to first resolve those issues before we go into talking about some of the other programming and progress things. So can we discuss the, when this was brought current and how many months delinquent at that point before it was brought current?
It was brought current after our meeting in January.
Okay.
Okay.
So by my just rough estimate, because this first...
That was for the entire, since March 2018.
So I count that to be 34 months of being delinquent.
34, 30.
Would Mr. Sherman be able to attest to that?
Maybe.
And Ms. Nguyen, I'm coming to you regarding the lease, sublease agreements as well.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Randy Sherman, Finance Director. Yes, at that point, they were 34 months delinquent.
So at that point, did you create in your internal financial accounting system account solely for the Alpha Education Foundation once we did get them get the payment that brought them current?
We generated invoices for the past due amounts, plus the late fees that are provided for in the lease agreement. And then we had previously mailed out the solid waste assessment. That comes in November, so that had previously been mailed. But as far as the rents, we provided them with the invoices, and again, those were paid once the receivables were submitted to them.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Nguyen, so I want to make sure that I'm understanding the requirements of the current lease and the Alpha Education Foundation's ability to offer sublease. I believe that there was language, and correct me if I'm wrong, that said that it had to be approved by the city. And help me understand, does that mean administratively or official action of the body?
No, in the actual lease between the city and the Alphas, there was a consent to sublease that the city agreed to in the actual lease.
Mm-hmm.
There was also an attachment of what that form looked like, and so it would only have been signed by legal and the clerk, as well as the Alphas. There is a signature block for the mayor and the clerk, but it would not have come back to the council because it was agreed to in the entire lease agreement between the city and the Alphas.
Okay. And until, I guess, January of 2021, how many subleases and specifically what organizations were permitted by legal to, to be sublet to?
Ms. McBride has that information, I believe. The names of the subleases.
Oh, the name of the
subtenants.
And I'm speaking of that have been approved by legal January 2021.
To my knowledge, none of them were approved.
Yeah.
I've not seen any signed by Mr. DeGraffenreich. I have drafts of them now. I have not signed them because I was waiting to see what the direction from the council was. The form was already approved and attached to it's called the sublease agreement, was already approved and attached to the main lease as well, lease agreement as well, and that would only be signed by the tenants, the subtenant and the tenant, the Alphas and whoever they were leasing to. They just had an obligation to tell us who those subtenants are.
Follow up.
Yes.
So in reviewing in your role, in your capacity, Ms. Nguyen, would you also be verifying that the sub-leasees comply with the insurance requirements? Would that be one
in conjunction with risk, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we've never done that?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Councilman McCoy, in all fairness, it seems as though we didn't have in place a process.
Well, Ms. McBride, let me finish because, every meeting we talk about what we don't have in place. It's really hard to see the children that live in this community stand on the corner and scrounge for coins, running up to vehicles. And that's why I brought this item up at a meeting. So as much as I would love to support this, if we're not compliant, none of that matters. I mean, we lost a city employee, and I have to remind the members that we make decisions, and it's going to sound very harsh, and I don't have any ill intent, but decisions that we make in some cases decide whether people live or die. And to have somebody on city's property when we don't even have the assurances that there's liability coverage in the event that somebody's injured exposes every single taxpayer. And I just want to make sure that aside from the processes, I want to make a point that administration goes back to know, regardless of whatever the board decides, there has to be some internal controls that we have contract management and somebody looking after these deals, because there's no way that this goes forward. If you're late on your water will be turned off in 45 days. And we got an organization that's serving the community.
Hold on, Mr. McCoy. All right, very good.
Well, I think I rest my case, ma'am. I don't have nothing else. Hey, Madam Chair, I pray we all be ready. That's all I got.
Are there any other questions from the board in regards to Mr. McCoy, or what was presented by Ms. McBride?
Hold on one second, hold on.
Are there any other questions? I just want to ask one question. The list of issues that we had at the last meeting, and we said this was supposed to be completed in its entirety. Has that happened? That's yes or no?
No, not the code violations.
Okay, very good. Any other questions from the board before we get to the presentation that the Alphas have prepared for us? If not, the 7-minute video you can show, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Dr. George Lockhart. I'm the president of Delta Delta Lambda Alpha Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. We have come here this evening, and for those the brothers who are here, if you do stand up just for a second, just you can have a seat again. Then we're here to show in definitely the support of what we're doing. I was brought here in January last couple of months ago, and I was asked a high order questions of queries that I was to answer in minutes, and I kindly asked for some time, and the board allowed for that to happen. And because it has been several weeks for those same queries, so we were able to get that done. Tonight we're going to have a medley of speakers. Myself, you all can be seated, brothers. Thank you. Myself, Mr. Fields, who's the president of the foundation, and Mr. Finley, who's the director. The video you're about to see simply is talks about the history of the fraternity, talks about the grassroots of what we're doing here, and the youth is very important. And it comes in 3 forms: manly deeds, scholarships, and love for all mankind. Thank you. Hello, I'm George Lockhart, the president of Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Delta Delta Lambda Chapter, West Palm Beach, Florida. Alpha Phi Alpha was founded on December 4th, 1906 at Ithaca, New York, Cornell University by 7 young black men who had an issue with social injustice not only on their campus but in America. It's quite astounding that in 1906 that 7 African Americans could get together and form such a club. In fact, the fraternity was the first of 9. The second was 1908, the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and the next male fraternity was 7 years later. Alpha Phi Alpha has long stood at the forefront of the African American community's fight for civil rights through leaders such as W.E.B. Du Bois, Adam Clayton Powell Jr., Martin Luther King Jr., Thurgood Marshall, Andrew Young, Paul Robeson, and many others. Since its founding, December 4th, 1906, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated has supplied voice and vision to the struggle of African Americans, not only in Palm Beach County, but of people of color around the world. Locally, we were founded January 1st, 1947 in Palm Beach County. Since then, we have established a foothold here, not only as many firsts, but working as African Americans. It was Ulysses Bradshaw Kinsey who met with John I. Leonard when he was the school superintendent and asked that all black teachers be paid the same. John I. Leonard said, "We can't do that." Brother Kinsey, along with Mr. Pompey, gathered their pennies together from the teachers. He contacted his fraternity brother to come down as a lawyer to fight his case. Brother Thurgood Marshall won a landmark decision. We have Brother William Stewart, who was the principal at the first Roosevelt High School when it opened. Brother Britton G. Sales, who later became the principal. Name adorns the Palm Beach State College of Education. There was Leander Alexander Kirksey, or L.A. Kirksey. If you're not familiar with him, his silhouette, along with Brother Sales, adorns buildings there on Tamarind Avenue. Our aims are simple: manly deeds, scholarship, and love for all mankind. Delta Delta Lambda Chapter reads like a who's who. Brother Warren Hawkins, in which the Aquatic Center is named after in Gaines Park School. Dr. Gartrell Gaines, Alfonso Sutton, or Coach Sutton, Attorney Matthew Russell, Dr. Gerald Burke, Lenny Coleman of Coleman Funeral Homes, Orville Lawton, and many others.
American history has indicated that black men have always been a target of unwarranted attacks, from public lynchings by racist mobs to public executions by racist cops. History also teaches us that the fear of consequences often changes behavior and deters certain actions. Those actions have permeated over into our educational system and penal systems. Regarding the penal system, we know the statistics are staggering for our black males in prisons. That's not even to mention jails. But let's back up a bit further to high school. While white females score the highest at 92% for the graduation rate over a 5-year or 4-year period, our blacks fall dismally down to 81%. Black females at 86% outdistance our black males, even though they have made a meteoric climb from 2014-15 at 62% to 77%. Florida has one of the highest graduation rates in the entire Southeast, sitting at right at 88%, with the graduation rate at 77%, which is the highest in the Southeast. You're not dealing 10 out of 10 black male students. Remember, 3 to 4 are in jails and prisons. Then we parallel that number to college. The college rate enrollment rates of recent graduates through 2019 are exponential. If we take a look at the Asians, they're top of the scale as far as entering college and finish. But then when we take a look at our black Americans, the numbers are beginning to become more dismal. So we're trying to work with them the best as we can to get them out of high school, keep them out of the penal system, and go to college and complete and finish. The question is obvious. What is Alpha Phi Alpha role in the black male and in the community in Palm Beach County and Riviera Beach? The answer is simple. We have a Men of Tomorrow program that is elite. As a matter of fact, we have graduated since 1987, 1,685. That's 100% graduation rate. What are we doing towards this issue as a chapter? Well, the answer is very clear. Since 1987, the members of Delta Delta Lambda has organized teams to create First Youth Group. We spent over $100,000 in scholarship money since then, and each senior, even today, receives $1,000 to $2,500 in scholarship funding towards scholarship tuition. Again, we have 100% high school graduation. I would boast of any organization, whether it be parochial, to ensure not only do they graduate high school, but our tutoring programs from many of the principals who are also alphas are really towards the support system that we offer. In 2016, Judge Edward Rogers approached the fraternity in establishing a foothold in Riviera Beach. The question was, why Riviera? He noted that this was the place we needed to be for a support system and for the heartbeat of Palm Beach County. We have been working hard within the city to do our part, both again from a tip of the spear and working with the youth. Judge Rogers, being Judge Rogers, made sure that the city understood the concept of what we're trying to do. Nothing has changed, and we have definitely shown a full propensity. Many of our activities have been within Riviera Beach. We're very excited about what we bring to the community because this is part of being the active in your community, Riviera Beach, and showing love for all mankind. In the end, we're very proud to be a part of this organization of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated that's embedded within the city of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County. Thus the phrase, there goes an Alpha Man.
That concludes that particular portion of the video. To answer Councilman Troy's question, we do not have the students standing out there on the avenue. I answered that in January. That's not part of our program. We actually tried to deter that. Being in education myself, I do understand the bus stops, and after 32 years, I would definitely not condone that sort of thing. At this time, in this medley, I'm going to hand it off to the president, Brother Alfred Fields. Thank you.
Good evening, and with respect to all of those on the Dice, to our chairperson and all the council persons, to our city manager, to our deputy city manager. I bring you greetings from the Alpha Educational Foundation, DDL, which is under the auspices of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Delta Delta Lambda chapter. I first want to say thank you to council and to the city for allowing us to ingratiate ourselves in this great city of Riviera Beach and to work with the youth, the citizens, and yourselves as partners in our endeavors to enhance our communities. I do want to give thanks again to Deputy City Manager McBride for her efforts in working with us and counseling with us to try to make sure we meet the expectations that have been laid out before us. I'm here this afternoon, this evening, to give you a little enlightenment about what we have done, what we're doing, and what we plan to do. Back in 2018, and I think we started in 2017, and discussing this site that is now named the Judge Rogers Center for Community Development. And during that time, we presented an executive summary of what our plans were. I'm going to read into record what that plan was for the center. The mission of the Judge Edward Rogers Center for Community Development is to help the city of Riviera Beach to build a 21st century community with equality of opportunity for all of its residents. We aim to do so by providing beneficial programs and services for at-risk, high-risk, and undeserving youth and families residing in and around the city. As an innovative social collaborative led by the Alpha Educational Foundation and the entity of the Delta Delta Lambda chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, the purpose of Rogers Center will be to develop a unique social enterprise consisting of several key community empowerment offerings designed to provide Riviera Beach residents with the resources, skills, training, and potential employment opportunities they need to help strengthen and build the local community. Additionally, the foundation and each of its partnering organizations shall, through the use of its primary facility located at 251 West 11th Street in Riviera Beach, Florida, provide cutting-edge community benefits to deserving local residents, including, but not limited to, the following: educational enhancement programs, healthy food and general nutrition resources, musical appreciation and cultural enrichment initiatives, new and small business incubation services, mental health screening and access to counseling, youth mentoring and recreational sports opportunity, workforce development training, and skill-based learning. Just as importantly, partnering with local, state, and national groups, organizations, and business and industry leaders, the Rogers Center aims to accomplish the following objectives: create an implementation of various workforce development initiatives, including apprenticeship opportunities in both the marine and hospitality industry, that will provide at-risk, high-risk, and undeserving youth and juveniles and ex-offenders with training and job opportunities they need to become productive and contributing members of society. Creation of an early learning academy with the stated goal of preparing students for grade school and beyond. Development of horticultural programs and community-based farmers markets that provides fresh fruits, vegetables to residents residing in food deserts. Implementation of a proprietary musical engineering certification program in partnership with organizations that provide career-based skills and employment opportunities in digital music and audio-visual industry. Development of new business startup incubators, providing entrepreneurship with the infrastructural resources they need to grow and further develop their businesses. Creation of mental health services, delivering mechanisms whereby we will aim to serve as a liaison to veterans who may be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, as well as grief counseling services and other unaddressed mental health needs plaguing the local community. Strengthening and expansion of the youth-based local mentoring program, our Mentor Tomorrow program, using evidence-based practices and recreational sports opportunities. That is what we presented back in 2017. Since that time, we consummated a lease in March of 2018. We undertook the property that's located at 251 West 11th Street in March, and at that time of taking on that project, we did not move into a gold mine, but we understand to whom much is given, much is required. Every gift doesn't come without a price. If I bought a television, I still got to pay the electric bill, else I can't watch the television. This organization, we understood the challenge that we were taking on. And we've encountered them and we've stepped up to the plate. We put thousands of man hours into these modular buildings that are not made of CBS. We've had to clean, we've had to rip carpet out, we've had to change toilets out, we've had to change light bulbs, we had to patch holes in walls. All these things we had to do before we could even think about allowing guests to come and participate in this property. So the entire 2018 year primarily was used to restore the building to usable condition, not to perfect condition, because if we had to do that, our organization funding wasn't in place to do that all at once. Most of the funding that we get is from the back of our brothers. And we have done that for many years. We have entered into the arena of applying for grants, which we have been getting some movement on those and some efforts and help with doing some of these repairs. But we did not do a ribbon cutting until December of 2018. So I know I can count the number of brothers in here and the number of hours they spent taking down graded work that was still stapled to the walls in the building, removing all types of materials that were left in the building. We didn't have a dumpster on the property, but we had brothers with connections that got dumpsters donated. And I didn't know we couldn't have a dumpster that wasn't from solid waste in the city of Riviera Beach until Cole came by and said, you got a dumpster here that doesn't supposed to be here. We had a brother who had a connection with a contractor who had donated us a dumpster so that we could clean up. And when the city came by, the city inspector came by and said that, we had the dumpster removed. And that's how we were managing this property on the backs of our brothers and the funding out of their pockets. So, and in December, we had the ribbon cutting. We were able to then move forward. We had several members of the council that was present at the ribbon cutting. Since that time, we've had numerous of programs there where we've always invited the entire city council. We've always invited all the cities of Riviera Beach and the surrounding areas. And we've had programs there that have benefited this city and its residents, in particular our youth. We've even had our chief of police come speak to our Men of Tomorrow program there. We work with the Medical Society, T. Roy Jefferson Medical Society, and put on a major back-to-school workshop where they came and gave free physicals to our students going back to school, and we gave out backpacks and school supplies. We've had major food giveaways at the location where we've actually had drive-through service where people didn't get out of their cars, and this was before the pandemic. We didn't start this after the pandemic. We started it before. And then a year after that, March of last year, as we were starting to hit our stride, we had the pandemic. So this past year, we've been crippled, as in most places, by the pandemic. And so, yes, we haven't been able to do all the things that we had planned to do and would like to do, but it hasn't stopped our motivation and drive. And I tell you, this is personal for me. You know, I'm a little country boy from a city called Belle Glade, and raised in a city called South Bay, where there was one traffic light, and not a whole lot of people thought anybody coming from there would be anything. And I can tell you, the God I serve said no. So this is very personal to me. And so when you talk about Alpha, and you talk about my brothers, and when you talk about our students and our kids, it gets personal. And I had to tell Ms. McBride that, and she said she understood, because we don't get paid for this. This is a labor of love, because I understand to whom much is given, much is required. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brother Finley, because I can go on talking about our love for our community and what Alpha has done in Palm Beach County since 1947.
Thank you,
so,
sir.
Thank you.
Is there any other presentation for this item? All right, very good. Thank you, sir. How long is this? What is this that we have here?
Is it time constraint? Because I can make it short.
5 minutes, sir.
I can make it short.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Good evening to the council and all of you all. Just want to say a few things if I will, because I can keep it short. I am a preacher by trade, so I can keep it very, very short. What I want to say tonight, I've heard a lot of things and I can understand the issue on the table. I came from the business world. I said, what you see before you also is someone that grew up in this city. And when I grew up in this city, I could not do a lot of things here. I couldn't even become a Boy Scout in this city, because when we did a troop for a whole year, we could not get one male figure to allow us to become a Boy Scout. So it's personal to me. I understand when I took over the Men of Tomorrow program some years ago, it always had been my dream to do what God has put me to do. So we come tonight, council. Let me sum up my presentation real quickly for you. I want to say to you all, I come tonight to ask you for a partnership. We came to do a job that the Honorable Judge Rogers sat in a meeting one night, and he had a vision. And that vision inspired me. And so we came to 251 West 11th Street. We had no money. Only what was in our pockets, lint in our pockets, and a couple of dollars. But we never gave up, and we still strived, regardless of the roaches that crossed our feet, regardless of the things that we saw in that building, the things that we saw on the outside, the things that some of you all may have rode by many days before we got that property. And we worked, and we worked. And in between working, we tried to do the job. And so we come tonight to say to you that we come to make an appeal to be partners, because this is the city of Riviera Beach. I love this city. So we come to work at 251. We didn't come to sit down. We didn't come to complain. We didn't come to gripe. But what we came to do tonight, after showing you a presentation, we've been there just about 3 years. And in 3 years, in between working, in between doing, and some of your city councilors, I've seen you there, and I appreciate your presence. And you have taken hold of some of the programs there. You've seen Pastor Nelson doing her job. You've seen Acts of Kindness. You've seen the Sounds of Success doing what they do. And we also see them because they are our partners as well as our tenants. But we take it a stride because we are in partnership with them, and we allowed them to come because we wanted them to grab hold of the vision. So we're here tonight, council, and we appreciate you all. And what we're saying tonight, we're not here to argue, gripe, or complain. But what we want to do, we have a vision. We've grabbed hold of some community partners and some organizations, so we are going to move forward to do what we need to do. I want to thank you so much, and we appreciate your time and your attention tonight, and we just ask you, take consideration to join us in this partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to get all of the members' attention, Ms. McBride, Mr. Evans, and Ms. Nguyen, because I'm very confused. This is not the Shark Tank. We brought this issue here to address the non-compliance. And the gentleman that just left, I believe he said Milton, he said he knows what's on the table. I'm confused because I don't know what's on the table. We wanted to address the simple concerns that wasn't being followed in the current agreement, and this seems to turn into more or less a pitch, and I'm not exactly sure what the expectation is with this presentation. You know, we brought up that these were non-compliant issues that were very serious for the city and for anybody that actually was at the property. But the whole emotional appeal, you know, I empathize and I certainly understand, but what exactly are we expected to do? What are we looking to do, members? And that is very much an open-ended question, and I'm going to ask for the dialogue to begin because, you know, I guess I have the wrong impression because I thought we were going to deal with the compliance issues, and, you know, that was the extent of the presentation. So, Mr. Evans, I'm looking for some direction from Ms. McBride.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Lawson. I'm sorry,
Thank you.
Councilman Lawson.
Thank you. Ms. McBride, can you give us a list of the outstanding violations that are still incurring with the property?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think the manager sent you an email that related about a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
And the violations, Mr. Graham cited them he gave them some dates to comply ranging from March 1st till sometimes in June. So some of those violations are still pending. Hold on.
What was your question, Mr. Lawson? I'm sorry.
A list of the outstanding violations.
Okay. It's about 2.5 pages, Mr. Lawson.
And we have deadlines listed on those 2.5 pages,
yes,
correct?
Deadlines. And Mr. Grimm is here, and he can answer too. He say, of course, some of them, they met the deadline, some they haven't, you know, with give and take with the compliance, yeah.
And this is in reference, and I'm asking, this is in reference to the building officials' inspections. Has there anything else that's outstanding outside of these?
No, remember, just the Ms. Wynn's review of the consents. Once she signs off on them, all parties can apply for their BTRs.
Okay. And Attorney Nguyen, when will that review be complete?
Okay.
It can be this week.
Okay.
I wanted to get the direction from the council first, which is what I stated earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, if you all.
And one other thing, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you.
The solid waste fees, remember I told you they just got their figure this afternoon. The amount, they just were provided the cost of that sometimes after 1 p.m. this afternoon. So they need to review them, and they are working with Mr. Sherman to resolve those.
And also, if I can interject, the one issue I believe Ms. McBride with the insurance of a subtenant, auto insurance.
Yeah, and I don't want to call the tenant's name out, auto only, but the major insurance they had.
Okay.
And they were in compliance until sometimes today.
Right. So that one will not be signed until they
Right.
rectify that.
So outstanding are the list of, I see a deadline for every item on here from our building official. They've come in compliance with everything that we have to review the lease agreements. Ms. Nguyen, you'll have that for us this week. And the figure has been presented to the organization from Solid Waste.
Right.
Anything else that's outstanding?
Well, the city comes up with the figure, Mr. Sherman presented those this afternoon.
That has been presented?
This afternoon they did.
Okay.
Okay.
So with the deadlines here, so colleagues, as Councilman McCoy stated, I believe we were here just to make a determination based on what's outstanding. So moving forward, the deadlines that were provided by the building official and giving that expectation, I would be inclined to follow and give them the opportunity to complete these items following the dates that were perceived, giving Attorney Nguyen the opportunity to review the leases and coming to the next meeting with feedback, and then moving forward with offering the sublet. Question in regards to the subletting agreement. We have to approve that in their lease for allowing for the organization to sublease. Do we have any restrictions that are currently in place in the current lease, or is that something that we would be able to put in restrictive measures?
I think Ms. Nguyen would need to answer that question.
There are no restrictions. It hasn't expired, and so we haven't recommended any changes to the original lease agreement because it is still ongoing.
Okay, so there were no restrictions in the original lease agreement, so we we leased the building in March 2018, and it was a 5-year lease?
Restrictions, one restriction is that they sublease to nonprofits.
Nonprofits. So, but with no cap in regards to pricing?
No.
Okay. And then the terms of the lease were a 5-year lease?
Correct.
So moving forward, what I would be inclined is to add an amendment to the actual lease to put some oversight in regards to some of the subletting and the process moving forward. We have to keep a checks and balance with the process of making sure that our partners within the city that's done an amazing job in the community and everybody is held accountable.
Mr. Lawson, we would need to know, I would need to know what's moving forward, as you stated, what sort of oversight if you're talking about amending the lease or in a new lease at the end of this term.
Well, I would actually, to continue on with this process, want to add an amendment to the lease, restricting or capping the amount of rent for subletting. Being that the Alphas have the Alpha Organist Foundation has put in a lot of sweat equity and actual dollars into this building and this property, we don't want to ignore that point, but we also do want to look at the fact that we want to try to pass the opportunity and savings on to the nonprofits that are currently there as well. I would like us to move forward with the organization and allowing for them to retain this property, but making sure that we have requirements in place, like the insurance that we're asking for all of our tenants and sublets to have, the BTRs to be applied for, but also capping or restricting the amount of rent that's being charged for these units.
Madam Chair, clear, I want to respond.
Yes, you're recognized.
So, thank you for starting that. So I have, one of my concerns is, I think certainly Ms. Nguyen, I want to make sure we capture, and I mentioned this to both Ms. Nguyen and also the manager, that this property was granted to the city of Riviera Beach with very specific restrictions. And I think if we're going to continue to allow any sorts of programming, we have to stipulate specifically the same restrictions that's provided for in the restrictive clause within the deed. And I just give you the brief, very brief portion of civic, public, or governmental purposes. And obviously, public is a pretty broad definition. So I would make sure that we want to include, because, you know, I'm almost inclined to ask that if we go back to an amendment, we require a financial statement for the operation of this property, because I'm looking currently at the amount of rent that's being received by the Alpha Education Foundation for the subtenants. And I know based on the lease, what we're requiring the Alpha Education Foundation to pay the city of Riviera Beach, and there is a huge margin there. And I imagine, and I certainly appreciate that they've done some significant improvements, but going back to the minutes from 2018, I think it was board member Hubbard, and I have the actual quote here, and members, please just indulge me, I have it highlighted. Councilperson or Pro Tem Hubbard said at the time, "Madam Chair, my comments are this. While we did vote unanimously for the Alphas to use it, some of the concerns that are being raised bother me to the extent when you have a volunteer organization, men of their statute, an organization as old as this, that has come to give to our community, not asking for anything in return, comma, not making money from subleases. Well, I would hope that that's true, because when I'm looking at these margins, there's certainly a whole lot of money that's being collected from subtenants that I don't see the result reflected in the property. And we're talking about hundreds of percents of a profit margin. And I wouldn't be able to say that with certainty unless I see the financial statements, but I don't see that you can have this kind of overhead when you only are responsible for paying the city $100 a month. And I want to certainly make sure that it be my position to offer an amendment. Well, first of all, we have to first establish that there's been non-compliance, which is a material breach. And then if we do choose to go back, then we can then offer an agreement. Because, you know, even I got to defer to Councilwoman Botel, because I even looked at some of her comments when this came up, and she wanted specific measurables. And some of these things, and, you know, quite honestly, I haven't seen them. And I'm not closing the door. I just want to make sure that we cannot sit here and act like we don't have a responsibility to be good stewards of the city's resources, and especially those that came through by the school district, when we have very stringent requirements, such as being civic, public, and government purpose. If we can't even establish that this was a bona fide public interest or a public purpose, being that we have organizations that's paying rent and we have a number of deficiencies, it almost seems no different than what we see when we have all these code violations with slumlords. So I'm going to move on from that point, but certainly it'd be my opinion that if we offer an amendment, that we encompass the specific language that's in the restrictive covenants of the deed, and also require the tenants to provide a lease, if not quarterly, annually. I yield back.
Madam Chair. Yes, Councilwoman Miller Anderson.
Do we have any public comment cards that we could go to, and then we come back?
Yes,
for the rest
public
of the
comment
board?
cards, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed. Margaret Shepherd.
Madam Chair?
Yes, you recognize.
Thank you. While Ms. Shepherd's coming up to the mic, I just had a question in regards to the rental amounts received. I was looking in the backup to see what the amounts were that Councilman McCoy was discussing from the sublet.
I would like to know that as well. How much, from the time that the Alphas got this building until now, how much money has been collected in rents from the nonprofits that have been on that site? Maybe that could be answered by the finance director. I'm not sure who.
I think that's what Councilman McCoy was asking for the financials, but in regards to the margins, where did you get those from staff, or is that in the backup?
I don't want to be presumptuous, because I don't know that they have been charging us, and I don't want to speak to that, but this is what I've been provided today as going forward. I don't.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Let us let our
Thank you,
public
Madam
comment go ahead.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. Just a messenger again. This was one of the topics that the lady brought up about the Judge Rogers Center. Judge Rogers was very close to my family. We always communicated, went over to Thanksgiving, so we're very close. And when I saw this on the agenda, I think the first of the year, it kind of tore me apart, because the Alphas and AKA, which I have family members in there, I think they do an excellent job. A friend of mine, her mother, I think, had COVID, and she couldn't work because she had to take care of her mother. And she went over to see Sister Nelson. I'm just saying the story that was told to me. And Sister Nelson helped her. I think they had clothes over there. I think they had food over there. And she said, Sister Nelson said, anytime you want anything, please come to me. And that did a lot for her, because she was closed in. These are things coming to the city. I enjoy when I go through 13th Street, see the children rolling around and playing in the grass, playing kickball. And since we're not doing nothing in the city, everything's shut down for the children, I would hope that we will not continue when things come in. I understand they have a few problems, but what really gets me is that the Tiki Bar, I think you all gave them $500,000 just to build it out. Just to build it out. And then I heard you say you're going to pay half for the awnings. To me, I think that man have enough money to do whatever he has to do. I understand the taxes, but this is nonprofit. This is nonprofit. I don't see why we're digging it. This is wrong. That is wrong. You have to look on the, as my grandmother said, the bright side. And the bright side is making sure that our children are secure. These men just absolutely resonate greatness. This is why this program needs to stay over there. The shootings, the killings. If you can get at least one kid or two kids over there and have these people mentor them, I think this city would be proud and proud. But we continue to find fault. Everything is wrong. And I understand they have problems. I understand. But show me one family that don't have problems. And they are nonprofits. So that, to me, that makes them exceptionally wonderful people to me, because they don't have to give their time. They don't have to do fundraisers. They don't have to do, well, he said they cleaned it up. I pretty much seen them out there working one particular day. So I hope that we will kind of make sure that whatever we do for one, let us do for all. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment.
Mr. McCoy, if you want to continue.
No, I think I'm done.
Mr. Lawson?
I'll come back, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Miller-Anderson?
Well, you know, I was on the board when this came up initially, and the way in which it was done, you know, there were probably some issues, some things that could have been hammered out a little more so that we probably wouldn't be in this situation. But I do understand that the Alphas have done an outstanding job, especially with the programs that have been there, the other nonprofits that are there. If they have outstanding issues that need to be completed, you know, and I mean, Ms. Shepherd did bring up a very valid point, and you know, and that's why we have to have consistency in what we do, because people will refer to other things that have been done. Speaking of the Rafiki Tiki, you know, I mean, there's a lot of concessions that were given there, and when we make decisions, we have to make sure that we're consistent, because people do not forget. And so we don't want to seem like we're favoring one group when we're not favoring the other. Obviously, if there's any life safety issues that need to be addressed, that is important. I don't think that's, we can't negotiate on that. The items that have these dates that are listed here, like I see some for March 1st, and are we saying all of those have been met, or? Because I can't really determine if it's been met or if this is just saying what the deadline was.
Why don't we have Mr. Michael Grimm, our building official, come forward to address those? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Grimm. I'm the building official for Riviera Beach. I've been at Judge Rogers Centers several times over the last month, checking on the progress on the list of items that I gave to the Alphas to address. To be fair to the Alphas, these items did predate their tenure there. They've been items that were falling apart on that property for many years due to neglect. And so the list I gave them has a lot of suggested deadlines. They're not written in stone, but they're deadlines that I felt were easy to meet. Some of them could be harder to meet, though. So, some of the siding could take a longer time to meet. But I was hoping that they would use that list to prioritize some of the issues like the electric, the double detector check valve. So I can give you some highlights of what they've done there. Starting with the main building. That building was in actually pretty good shape when I went for my first inspection. And you could tell that they had put all their main efforts into that building originally, because it had very little wrong with it. The thing that I gave them to fix there was the roof drainage, which they needed to reconnect some of the leaders and direct the water from the roof away from the foundation piers. And they did that immediately. They met that deadline. The double detector check assembly was leaking. They fixed that. They fixed some of the electrical issues. The Florida Fishing Academy had a few electrical issues that they fixed inside. The irrigation valve box, they put a cover on it. I do not think that they fixed irrigation there because it does look a little bit dry. But they did start fixing a lot of the landscaping outside on the west side of the property. And they started cleaning up a lot of stuff that had been left there by previous people that had that property. They still have a ways to go on that, but they did make a significant dent. The skirting, they took all the skirting off of the buildings, which I'm happy they did that because that's going to help look at the structural piers and the strapping underneath there. And I was happy to find out that most of those are in actually pretty good shape. There's only a few of them that need to be readjusted. The walkways, they're relatively sturdy, although they do need to be adjusted. They're not in danger, but they do need to be adjusted and change some of the wood blocking to cement. And they still need to remove a little bit of the electrical that's exposed on some of the areas. I do not believe they're alive. They have a lot of work to do on the siding, which might take longer than the deadline that I gave them. But they have made significant progress, and I'm happy with what they've done so far.
So in your opinion, though, are there any items on here that remain open where it's a danger?
Not immediate danger. A lot of the electrical items are just missing cover plate. Some of the electric is not being used, but they're supposed to be removed so that you can make sure that it's not an exposed wire. But it appears not to be a live wire because I went out with some testers. But I require them to remove them because, one, they're unsightly, and you need to be able to look at something to make sure that it's in the code that you have to remove unused wiring. So there's nothing that I felt was of any immediate life safety danger, but there are violations that need to be taken care of.
And in those rooms or office spaces, are there children where these things are exposed? Or
no, most of the exposed wiring was on the outside of the buildings, typically in rear areas. And like I said, I brought a tester over, and so none of them were live. But I do require them to remove them so that we can know anytime I look at it that it's not a live exposed wire.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Botel?
You know, I always chuckle to myself when I see Alfred Fields come up to a microphone worried that he's going to say, she voted against us in 2018, and I did. I had a lot of questions, but I've been over there so much in the intervening years and have seen so many good things going on. I pay regular visits to Pastor Nelson, and you know, I always want to pick up my saxophone and get involved in the Sounds of Success. And so again, my concerns were that there were safety issues, obviously. And I do actually, too, have concerns about the rents that people are paying. You know, we are often approached to give community benefit dollars to some of those 501c3s that are over there. And they lament about the rents that they pay there. So I hope in the future you can take a look at the rents that are being charged. And I know I haven't even looked myself at the total number. I'm sure Mr. McCoy, our accountant on staff here, has taken a look at the total number of rents that have been collected, and he knows that information. I don't know what it is exactly, but I do know that it's been a struggle for some of the people over there. And I would hope that you'd look at the rents and say, hey, you know, maybe we can readjust some of them. So that they continue to do the good work that I know you want them to continue. I am always happy to see that Captain Rich Brochu is working with our children. He does, as you know, well know because you're there, he does a wonderful job with the Florida Fishing Academy, takes many of our kids out, teaches them how to fish, instructs them about the marine life that we are so used to here in this community. So I applaud the work that you're doing, but again, I'm happy that you're taking a look at the safety issues, and I do hope you'll take a look at the rents that are being charged and see if there's some leeway that can be given to the 501c3s that are there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Lawson?
That was everything, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments for this item? I wanted to say I was kind of disappointed that all of the issues were not addressed. That was the deal that we had at our last meeting, that all of the issues that were brought up would be addressed. And I still have not gotten a figure of the total amount of money from the time the Alphas took over that building until now in terms of what has been collected from nonprofits for rent in that area. What is that amount? Somebody.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Well, I guess we never really got that involved. I look back at the video, and I can remember Board Member Davis Johnson saying if we wanted to terminate this as the city, and I remember, I just want to make sure I get your attention, and I'm going to proffer something, and it's going to go to the point that you're about to suggest. Board Member Davis Johnson said there's not even, and I believe even Ms. Councilwoman Miller Anderson also chimed in and said there's no provision that if we as a city wanted to terminate this, we don't have any ability to do it unless there is a material default and they become incompliant. That's the only provision that we can terminate this. And I'm not sitting here suggesting that I want to do that, but I want, in the spirit of reasoning, be able to obtain exactly what you're looking for, Councilwoman Chairperson Lanier, and knowing what that is that they're collecting and passing on that rent cost to those users, and then that be worked into a modified agreement, because I don't think there's no provisions now that require them to provide that information. I think it would just be a gesture of good faith. But I'm ready to even, at this point, provided that we can get past these code issues, I'm really ready to offer that we go back and send the attorney back to renegotiate, because there's no doubt not paying rent in 32 months is definitely a material incompliance, and not having insurance and the safety issues are obviously a material non-compliance. So, I don't know what that number is, and I don't know if it's proprietary, but going forward, I think if we rework the agreement, we can put in provisions that require that. That would be my suggestion. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. And I still want to know that number, regardless of whether it is proprietary or not. I think it is material to what is on the table here. What is material is the fact that there are serious code compliances with this property, and the money that has been received was supposed to be put back into the property. That was the original agreement, that whatever monies that would be received from nonprofits, that whatever money would be earned from them holding the lease and them having subleases would be put back into the property, and apparently that did not happen. Now, let me finish, please.
Okay.
Now, what I will say is that it is not all on them. That the city bears some burden in this issue, because there was a lack of oversight. There was just nothing happening in terms of what the city was supposed to do to ensure that this project was successful. So I will not sit here and say that this is all on the Alphas. The city bears a significant part in what has transpired and how we got to where we are today. But with that being said, I know that the Alphas do good work. I've seen them at my alma mater, Florida A&M University. I've seen them here, and I've seen them in various locations and geographic areas and doing excellent work. So I have no doubt about that. What I want to happen at this point is that I want to be able to move forward, but I want to be able to be clear about what the expectations are from the city and from this organization. So with that being said, I want the board to be able to come up with the direction of where we want to go, how we want to go and what we want to see in terms of an amended agreement, in terms of next steps, and in terms of, as Dr. Botel has suggested, evaluative and measurable outcomes, not just for the nonprofits that are there, but for the Alpha program itself. What are your measurable objectives? What are you trying to accomplish at this site other than being a landlord? And I know that you have some very good ideas. I know you have some very good programs, and we'd like to see those flourish and come to fruition. And the city can be a partner in terms of making sure that this happens. But I want us to move forward, to move forward with the understanding that this type of scenario cannot come back before us. This type of missteps, and as I say again, on our parts as well, that we need to move forward with the understanding that everybody knows where everybody stands and what the expectations are. So with that being said, I will turn it over to my colleagues to provide suggestions and next steps for how we move forward with this project. Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney Nguyen, based on the terms of the lease, is the foundation obligated to provide financials for their organization?
We can request them. It's up to them to tell us if they believe that they are not, if they don't want to produce them, and under what provision of the law they don't have to produce them.
Okay. So in addition to that, we're not entitled to the sublet lease agreements as well, correct?
We are entitled to the sublease agreements. We
So
have
are
them.
entitled. And we have not received those?
We have them.
We have them?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Is that what you're going to be reviewing this week?
Yes.
Okay. So then we'll be able to get financials in regards to what each organization is being charged.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll request them.
Yeah.
The foundation is not also obligated to amend the terms of the lease, correct?
That's correct.
So in the event that we wanted to amend the lease, it would be comparable to what Councilman McCoy stated, in good faith, working out terms that are in agreement with the council and the foundation.
That's correct.
Okay. So in good faith, what I would want to see is having a discussion, continuation, allowing for it to be the code violations to be brought up to standard, for all requirements previously to be addressed, and then having, whether it's a possible workshop or discussion, to figure out the process of moving forward in good faith, negotiating terms that the city council and the organization can work forward with. I do believe that some measurables should be put in place. I do believe that a cap or percentage should be put on the nonprofit organizations that are currently being worked with. But understanding real estate, finance, and operations business, and being in a fraternity myself, the work that the organization does has to be funded. So the money that has been put in, the sweat equity, and the dollar amount, we need to make sure that we operate fairly as well. Visiting the site, I've seen the work that the Alphas are doing. I've seen the work that the nonprofits in that building are doing. So I want us to continue to be a good steward and a good partner with each other. So how we do that is by meeting, discussing it, and coming to an agreement that's going to work out for all parties. And I really want to continue to support this endeavor with this building. We have about 2 years left on this current lease. But the work that's been done, I don't want it to be discredited. I want it to continue to make it flourish, and I want to continue to support it because this organization is vital to this community, based on the Men of Tomorrow, based on the fraternity Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and the nonprofits they support there. So we can continue to provide support, but possible workshop to discuss the terms, or as a council discussing exactly what our requirements and expectations are and present them to the Alphas, and they can counter. Whichever is the easiest means to get this done in an expedited fashion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So how do we move forward, board? Are we going to include in this amended agreement, are we in agreement that we're going to amend this contract that we have with the Alphas? Mr. McCoy?
Well, I guess it seems that we can agree, but they have to voluntarily agree. So we need to be asking them, would they be amenable to an agreement? We can offer it, but unless they want to amend the terms, then it's.
Okay. Are you amenable to an amendment, Apples?
Madam Chair?
Hold on a second, sir. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you again for the opportunity. Can I have a statement before?
No, I just want you to answer the question, sir.
We are amenable to working with the city and
Are
its
you
citizens.
amenable to an amended agreement with the city currently? That's the question.
We're willing to sit down and work with the city to try to work out our differences in what we're talking about. What those.
So you are amenable to an amendment to your contract? That's what I'm asking you. It's a yes or no question, sir.
If it's reasonable, yes.
Okay, very good.
Well,
Madam-
Mr. McCoy?
So let me just preference this, because here's the thing. We can do it one or two ways. We can make a motion and declare that they've been non-compliant, then basically the lease ends. Well, actually it doesn't end. Then there'll be, Ms. Nguyen, help me out. So if we declare that they're non-compliant, then we can go to them and say, hey, you have to vacate provided the terms in the agreement. Otherwise, we seek legal action. However, the other option, if we do declare that they're non-compliant, then essentially if they want to stay, they have to sit down at the table. That's exactly what it is.
City Attorney?
We have to provide them with the reasons for their noncompliance and an opportunity to cure within a certain time period.
But
we gave them that. At our last meeting, we had an understanding that all the issues that were brought up at that meeting would be addressed when they come back before us. And that is a no answer to have all the issues been cured.
Follow up.
Mr. McCoy?
So respectfully, Ms. Nguyen, I'm going to disagree, because being delinquent is a material non-compliance. So once that occurs, there's nothing to cure about being delinquent in rent. Once you are delinquent, that's a non-compliance. So there's not a provision that we have to give them any kind of remedy to cure when
they are no longer delinquent. They are.
Ms. Nguyen, when I brought this issue to your attention last year, nobody, and this is exactly what happened. When I brought this to your attention, I believe you said to me, or it may have been Mr. Evans, that this came up from another council member too, so I think it's best to bring it to the body's attention. But at that point, I asked for a ledger. And at that time, I think nobody knew exactly that they were delinquent. So even if we declare at January 1, 2021, they were in material breach, the breach still exists, and that's a anticipatory repudiation of the contract. I mean, they've already violated the contract.
They cured the breach. We allowed them time to cure the breach, and they cured it.
If we declare that they breached the lease is breached. Even if you went back and cured it, it doesn't remediate the actual infraction.
Yes,
Can
it
you
does.
point to it in the contract?
Yes, it does.
The AFAS have agreed to work with the city in terms of looking at their lease. I think that we all have our comments in regards to how we want to move forward with this. We also understand that there has to be some changes made. The current contract, where it stands, where the code compliance is not in compliance at this moment, it has to be cured. We understand that we want to move forward. We understand that we want to be able to keep the AFAS as a partner, but not to the detriment of the city. So with that, we will direct the city attorney to work with the AFAS to come up with an agreement that we can all be happy with, and that as we're moving forward, that everybody knows where everybody stands with this project. Is there anything else that we can get from the board at this moment? All right, very good.
Madam Chair?
Thank you, sir. We are going to move forward. You're going to meet with the attorney, and we're going to work out an agreement. Thank you so much.
Madam
Thank
Chair?
you,
Madam Chair.
Alphas.
Madam Chair?
Hold on a second. I am not finished. Thank you, Alphas, for your work with the city. Thank you for continuing to try and be partners with us, and we hope that we can work this out. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we're trying to move the agenda expeditiously, and we want to continue to progress forward, but I do want to hear the closing statement from the Alpha president, Mr. Fields, in reference to how we're moving forward, because the direction that we're giving to our staff, I want to make sure that we are good stewards and partners with the organization. And being that we've asked them to come and present to us, I do want to give him at least 30 more seconds to give his final statement. If that is okay with you,
30
Madam Chair.
seconds it is. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
We have provided financials, and we are more than happy to provide financials at any time. Our books are open. We have no secrets. We're not making any money on this property. The utilities are all covered under that price. We have maintenance. There's all kind of expenses that are there. Our organization has taken no money from rents to run our programs or enrich any member of the organization, for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If there is no question, let us move on to our next item. Madam Clerk.
Resolution number 22-21, a resolution of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, adopting new special events and provide new special event fees and provide for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comments on this item. The acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion that has been made and seconded. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, if I can have Assistant to the City Manager, Ms. Marcia Noel, make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Good evening, everyone. And just to note, the slides were up a little early because we've been having technical issues lately, so we just wanted to make sure that we didn't run through that issue with my presentation. So we apologize if it gave you a sense of a rush, but you have plenty of time. But with that being said, we have now reached the final leg of our special event permitting process project, because city staff has been working diligently to provide for a better permitting process than what has existed in the past. And so with that being said, there we go. In March, we successfully have our special events ordinance passed with revisions to it, which provides for new special event fees. And so at my very first presentation on the first reading, I did say that as part of our plan, we would come back with a resolution with these special event fees that we would like to add to what would be called our special events policy and procedures manual. Okay, so why the fees? So as you can see in the backup material, there are 4 fees that are being introduced, 3 of which are mentioned in the new ordinance, and 1 of which is being added and being offered by staff in addition to those 3. And we are requesting for this for 2 basic reasons. The first being to ensure adequate compensation for services that are not yet covered in the current special event fee schedule. And then secondly, we also want to curb any unfavorable behavior oftentimes experienced with applicants during the permitting process that causes inefficiencies. As stated in my previous presentation, we receive about 120 to 130 applications a year, so we want to make sure that we have things in place to hopefully prevent some of the behaviors that oftentimes can stifle the process. Okay, so I'm just going to basically go over all of the fees with you, just a brief explanation. So as I said, there's 4 fees. The first is the appeal fee. According to the ordinance, so the appeal fee is a fee that will be applied if The applicant is denied the permit after application due to not meeting the requirements of the application or any element of the ordinance or policies, or two, if the event permit is revoked due to violation to the policies. And we're simply asking for 3% of the security deposit, but not less than $50 if an appeal is requested by the applicant. The second fee is the rush or priority fee. And in this instance, this fee would be applied when in the occasion that the city manager decides to waive the filing deadline for a particular applicant, that if they're going to do so, we are asking for the same fee, which is 3% of the security deposit, but not less than $50. In a scenario where we may see a rush or priority applicant is when, let's say, for instance, because the current manual will basically state that the new deadline is to provide the application at least 60 days before the event. Currently, we're doing it at 30 days before the event, but like I've said in my previous presentation, that's just not enough time given the breadth of work and the activities associated with the permitting process. So we're essentially expanding that. And if at any point in time the city manager decides to waive that fee, meaning that staff will work within a shorter period of time to address that application, then it will be, they will apply this fee to make up for the extra constraints, effort, time, and attention, oftentimes that those scenarios will cause. The third fee is the date change fee. This is a flat rate, which is just $100. So anytime during the process after a date, an event date has been established and agreed upon between the city and the applicant, if there's a request to change that date, we're requesting for a charge of $100 to do so. And that, again, is just to compensate for the extra work that's often associated with adjusting a date. And then lastly, we have the cancellation fee. And this is kind of broken down into 3 subcategories. But the first is more so referencing the refund. So you have 100% refund of refundable fees for any cancellation request that's received in writing 50 to 60 days prior to the first day of the event. The second piece is that 50% refund for refundable fees will be submitted to the applicant if their cancellation is received 45 days prior to the first day of the event. And then lastly, you have events canceled less than 45 days will forfeit 100% of all fees, deposits, and applicable charges. And by refundable fees, we're talking about those non-final sale items. So any permits, licenses, or things where a service or product was rendered, that will not be refunded. But your security deposit, if you had already paid to reserve for police, fire personnel, facility rentals, things of that sort where you have not yet been given that service, you'll be able to receive a refund on those items. And then lastly, what you see here is the fee schedule. It's going to be a quite comprehensive fee schedule, and it's a pretty important piece to the entire document, because essentially what this is going to allow the applicant to do before they submit an application is basically look at all the fees that are associated with the process so that they can estimate what it may cost them to do an event in the city. No other city guidelines that I've looked at, and I've looked at close to a dozen of them, actually have a comprehensive fee schedule. And we want to stand out, we want to be the example, and also assist the applicant in the same way. And so what we're going to do is that if this resolution is passed, those 4 fees will be added to the existing fee schedule. So where you see at the top left under general fees, that's where they will be added. And as you can see, there's other fees as well for our fire department, police department, and our parks facility rentals. And that's about it. So staff recommends your approval of this resolution. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Noel. Councilman Lawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Noel. Are we able to include some additional detailed information for the applicants for events in regards to fire and police personnel? Understanding exactly what the number of required staffing would be.
Right.
Because they can't give you you can't have an expected cost for your event if you don't know what the number of personnel you're going to be required to host.
Right.
So if we're going to have a specific number, maybe we can incorporate that and make that adjustable based upon our department or city manager.
Right, and that's a good point that you made, because we know that that is an issue sometimes with applicants, is understanding how many personnel do we need and how much would that cost us. And so what we can do on the front end at best is at least provide them an idea through the table. For instance, I know for fire, they require that you have a minimum of 2 fire personnel. And then, of course, it provides the hourly rate. But by the end of the day, our special event committee, which includes the fire department, specifically the fire chief or designee, who will then specify how many they will actually need once they actually go through the details of that application. Because one person may think, I need 2, and it's just, 100 people that will attend. It's a small event, but it's the fire department that has the expertise and the understanding to actually provide the specifics. So then through that, conversation, hopefully, or meeting with the applicant, with the special event committee, they can provide them more of an accurate understanding. Does that answer the question?
No, Ms. Noel. The
Okay.
concern I have is that we want to put an expected number attached to how many guests you're going to attend, possible road closures or possible concerns that may have the additional personnel. Because an event with 100 people versus an event with 5,000 people is going to have a different number of personnel.
Right.
So there's no expected amount. So possibly incorporating into this fee schedule the number of officers or the number of fire personnel needed for the number of attendants visiting this activity.
Yeah, we can look into that. I can see
So
how we can.
that would be a recommendation, because as of right now, if we're going to set the precedence, we want to fill it out comprehensively and understand exactly what is the expected cost. I know that we're still working on that, and it's kind of difficult to assess that. Our department heads do that, but trying to come up with a standard practice so that we can kind of compete ahead of these other municipalities and other facilities that are hosting these events. So I do want to give them an opportunity to know if they're going to look at this fee schedule, they can know what to expect in regards to that cost, because it can be substantial cost if you're talking about $35 per officer when you have a variance of 10, 20 officers.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Evans.
With regards to the cost for public safety, we can certainly put in what a cost for an officer and what the matrix is. My only concern is that if you enumerate it in the actual policy and have a number associated with the amount of persons, it then becomes exactly what we have to follow, where we want to have some flexibility that maybe through additional conversations and clarity that's provided by the event organizers, that number can shift and modify, so it provides for more flexibility, because invariably the most expensive element associated with any special events is your cost for public safety. And we may also look at a situation whereby an entity may want to have event staff and then have, law enforcement augment that to help reduce the cost. And so I just want us to be very careful with placing it in the fee schedule, because then we have to stick to it and it provides no flexibility. So maybe by virtue of it, the application process, there's a pre-application meeting that we provide them with a copy of the anticipated matrix of what the costs are, because there needs to be some factoring into that decision whether they're going to have an event in our community, because that will make or break an event as it relates to the financial viability based on the cost for public safety. I just want us to be careful about enumerating it in the policy.
Madam Chair?
Hold on one second, Ms. Noel.
On the CRA side, on the fee schedule, do they have it similar to this in terms of not putting how many attendees will determine the amount of public safety?
Yes, it's fluid on the CRA side as well, but the CRA, whatever we adopt here and put into place, the CRA will adopt the same type of process to ensure that there's consistency.
And when did you look at, I know the school district has, they do a lot of, well, it's not I mean, people leasing, basically. But did you check with them in terms, I mean, did you look at other examples?
Other examples, not the school district.
Yeah, because I do believe they have it where they kind of put a number there, maybe just see, I'm sure they don't like to get locked in either, but if you can just kind of take a look at that and see if that's something that may be similar to what Mr. Lawson is speaking of, but not so much to lock us in.
Yeah. We can easily put a table on average. The cost is, it's one officer per 500 persons, but then some flexibility that it is subject to change by, the chief of police, as this is just an estimate, but it gives us the flexibility to adjust and modify based on further discussions and explorations with the event organizer. Director Blankenship?
For clarity, we already have that table. So if the event calls for X number of people, we have a chart that shows, okay, you can expect this number of officers with this supervisor, with this number of vehicles, but it's still, like City Manager says, gives us the flexibility based on our special events team meeting to adjust that up or down. But they are given a chart to give some type of idea of what that's going to cost.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Lawson.
Thank you. And that's what I was asking for, if we can incorporate that into the actual fee schedule, and then just putting a notice or note in there to say that it can be adjusted by police or fire chief or department heads or city manager. So just giving them an idea and expectation and include that with the schedule without having us locked in, saying that it's adjustable.
Yep, that's exactly what I was actually going to follow up with, is similar to how we have it with PD, because I was told that during certain seasons and times their rates may actually change, so we specifically added a note. This is still a work in progress. The concept really is to help the individual estimate, and if they need to fill out a pre-application, which was something else also that we're working on, then they can certainly do that before they invest any monies so that they can have a better understanding.
Very good. I'm sorry, Councilman McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Noel, you said a work in progress. I don't know what that means. Is this currently our fee schedule or not? Is it a work in progress or is this already in place?
So yeah, so for the most part, the entire, the fee schedule is final in terms of the numbers, because these are numbers, well, except obviously the fees that we've presented to you. We're hoping that if you pass the resolution, those fees will be added to the fee schedule. But everything else are the existing numbers that we currently have and have been using. We're just providing it on this document. And as you heard, there are some suggestions in terms of what we can do to add to our existing fee schedules in terms of specifically noting some things that may be of more assistance to the applicant.
Okay, so the ones that's already existing, how was that established? Because I was looking for a reference to a previous resolution where the previous fees were adopted, and I don't see any reference of that. So can you give some background on how that was done?
All right, so I'm under the impression that there was an approval by the board in the past. Maybe Mr. Blankenship, since you've kind of been participating in this a lot longer than me.
Good evening again, Richard Blankenship, Parks and Recreation. It is my understanding that all of these fees were approved quite a while ago, prior to both my arrival and Ms. Noel's. I have not looked it up. I've taken it on face value, but that's my understanding.
Mr. McCoy?
I have this real suspicion that this was never a situation where fees were established by the board. This was done administratively by the city manager, but I don't see that this has been something that's been handled by the city council before.
Actually, it's my recollection that we provide this to possibly finance, and they take it to the board, or maybe nonetheless.
Absent of anything, I can only assume that because, when we looked at the policy on street naming, you would have thought that was done by city council. It wasn't. That was actually a policy that was executed by Ruth Jones at the time. And like many of those policies, they never actually came to the board. And, I kind of want to take a step back because I don't know that I want to be in this level of detail. Because the one provision, and I looked at the resolution, it doesn't speak to anything historical as to what the current fees are. So that's what leads me to believe that there was no prior resolution. Additionally, you know, I'm all okay for cancellations, right? In that there are staff time and costs, but there's no provision for force majeure when you have an act of God or something significant that's beyond the control of anybody that happens at 32 days out, that literally shuts down like the pandemic did everybody.
Well, that's on the,
Do we, and this resolution is silent on it, but do we assume that because it's not in here, then that person is entitled to 100%? We can't, because it's not explicitly stated here.
but it's in the policy.
Yeah, and now,
What policy?
It's
So
not in
we're-
that resolution, but it's in the policy.
That's my
hold on,
question.
hold on,
It's
hold
what policy? The same policy that nobody can put their finger on?
The one that was approved a few weeks ago.
can I clarify? I'm sorry.
But, Mr. Blankenship, I guess I'm speaking of, you want to add sections 1, 2, 3, and 4 to the policy. We're adding it to what policy? Obviously, there already a fee policy somewhere, a fee schedule out there somewhere. And if there is, how was that fee schedule or that fee policy established is my very simple question.
Mr. Blankenship, you want to answer his question?
Well, first of all, as far as how the fees are approved, in my tenure, we have brought fees to the board for approval, as I was of the other understanding that that's how it was done, that was by charter how we had to do it. As far as, any other cancellations or anything, that's all addressed either in the policy or in the code that we recently passed. But we're not necessarily in what you're looking at tonight, because that's just 4 additional fees.
Yeah, well, I can tell you right now, this is very much disconnected, because if you're saying that the force majeure is addressed in the ordinance, but we got a separate provision in what we're being asked to pass as a resolution, we clearly are doing 2 different things, and it doesn't make sense. We can't enforce, or we can't enact half of a policy by way of ordinance and then go and add a caveat by resolution. I'm not going to support this item. I need to know some history. I need to know exactly how we initially started those fees. And here's why. Because if you look at everything else specifically, and I know Mr. Sherman can speak to this, business tax receipts follow the code of ordinances. It always has, and that's the process, and you can go back and trace it from the actual ordinance. And then when there was something done back in 2008 regarding the change from calling it business license to business tax receipts, you obviously could follow the change or the progress, but you can't from here. And I don't know how we should even try to attempt to do this if we don't know where we come from as far as these fees are concerned.
All right, thank you, Mr. McCoy, for your comments. Any other thing from you, Ms. Noel?
Yeah, just, Madam Chair, just one quick note, but to the point that Mr. McCoy mentioned about, I guess, those act of God circumstances. The policy and procedures manual that I presented at the very first presentation, I provided an outline of what that document would contain, and specifically it does have a cancellation policy section which specifies what our cancellation policy is, to include situations where they may be a act of God circumstance, and under those situations, the applicant can move their event for free in those circumstances, or when the city would have to cancel it for whatever reasons, i.e. situations like a pandemic, for instance, the city could move those dates or cancel the event, but we would be as accommodating as possible to allow them to reschedule. So just to address that piece, but the manual itself is not yet published publicly. It's been worked on the back end with staff, but we provided the outline so you had an understanding as to what you can expect in terms of the topics that'll be covered.
So follow up, Madam Chair. This is exactly why I'm so confused. If you haven't even solidified the manual, you're asking us to give you a key component of what the refund and the fee, what you're saying is really becoming more convoluted, and I can't support this because you're going to work on something in what you call the background, but you're asking us to publicly approve only 4 components aside from what's already in place, Mr. Sherman can't, or nobody, Mr. Blankenship can't identify where it comes from. You're gonna work on something in the background, but publicly, us as a board are gonna adopt on 4 items. Members, this is too convoluted and we need to send it back. I yield.
Thank you, sir. Are any other questions from the board? Council,
Yeah, Madam Chair. So the part that you're talking about working on, when do you expect to bring that back to us? Or is-
Yep, so what I can do is I can actually meet with you all individually. This is a very large document. You're looking at several pages to include appendixes. So I can work with you individually to go through that document before it's publicly released. And if you would like, we can then bring it back for a discussion, maybe as a discussion item, because it's something that's being done more so under operations. But we can bring it back as a discussion item at a meeting if that's what you prefer. But I can meet with you individually to kind of go through it, get any other suggestions you may have that we can bring back to the group at large or the team, the special events committee specifically, to maybe incorporate some of these suggestions.
But in terms of the items, the fees that you brought before us tonight, those are the only things that you're asking for us to approve so that you can insert it into the larger document that you have?
Correct.
So we could possibly at least give approval on that, and then you will at least be able to put that along with the other stuff that you have. And then if the board feels they need to see the rest of the stuff, then that would be fine with me. But if we're only talking about these fees here, I mean, I'm fine with that, with approving this part tonight. If that other stuff is already in place, I mean, if it's been there forever and nobody ever knew or questioned it before, I would imagine that that's something that can be brought back to us, and if necessary. I mean, if it's not something we need to vote on, we need to do that either. But if that's all you're talking about tonight, I'm fine with that.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Evans.
I would like for staff to certainly bring back all the fees associated with the events, because we do, if there is not a resolution or a policy that was adopted by the board that speaks to the fees, invariably you're going to be the ones that gets the calls about the fees. And so we need to do a little bit more research and bring you back the complete fee schedule. Now, if the board chooses to move forward with this, those are things that could be set aside separate and apart. But holistically, I think we need to find the document that actually speaks to all these fees, because conceivably you may want to have a discussion or modification to some of those fees or provide additional flexibility or restrictions. And we don't want to look at it, part and parcel. I think we have to look at it holistically. So that's something that we can, staff can research and find out, hey, there is nothing or there is something, and then provide some recommendations to the board for consideration, probably at your, maybe not in your next meeting, but immediately following that meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Are there any other questions for staff for this item? Madam Clerk? Council?
I apologize, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So we're going to go ahead and vote this up or down, or are we going to instruct staff to just bring this back?
We're gonna
Because if we
vote
voted up or
down.
Okay, because I think recommendation would be to just bring this back, because as of right now, I can't support this item because I just don't want to piecemeal it, comparable to what Mr. Evans just stated. So I wouldn't want it to vote it down to start it over. I'd rather just allow for them to bring it back at the next meeting or the meeting after.
Madam Chair.
Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
Well, if Mr. Evans is saying that they can bring it back, I'm fine with waiting for it. But I mean, as of tonight, that's not going to change for me in terms of the fees that's there. But if the board is comfortable with it coming back and it still fits within our timeline of trying to get this done, that's fine with me as well.
Very good. Can we get a motion to table this until what would that be? May?
Your first meeting, postpone until your first meeting in May.
Okay, postpone until, can I get a motion, entertain a motion to postpone this item to the first meeting in May?
I make a motion to postpone this item till the first meeting in May.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
approved.
Thank you, Ms. Noel. Madam Clerk, next item.
Resolution number 31-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to transfer $464,284.82 from Project 18004, Unsafe Building Demolition Program, transfer $225,000 from Project 18091, Neighborhood Sector District 1, and transfer $134,580 from Project 18099, City Welcome Signs, for a total amount transferred in the amount of $823,864.82 to Project 21010, Municipal Facilities, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to make payment for same from project number 21010 and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed. And Madam Chair, members of the board, please be mindful of the time.
Can I get a motion to approve Resolution 3121?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Also, before we get started, Mr. Sherman, can we get a motion to extend our meeting for 15 minutes?
Well, we still have another couple of items left. And extend it
30
till we
minutes.
finish?
30 minutes?
Finish the agenda?
Huh?
Till we finish the agenda?
Until we finish.
Move
All
to
right,
extend it.
fine.
Second.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Was that a motion to
A
move
motion
into?
to extend until we're finished.
Okay, thank you. Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Mr. Sherman?
Yes, good evening again, Randy Sherman, Finance Director. Yes, the item you have before you is a transfer resolution of some project balances. We have some balances coming from sector funds. So thank you, Councilman McCoy. Thank you, Councilwoman Miller Anderson, for sharing your sector funds.
That. I didn't get recognition for using that, but District 1 there, but no 2. I thought you all changed your mind. It's not written there, so where's the breakdown, though? Does it look like it's all coming from one?
Well, you know, they used to hit me up anyway.
It didn't even reference
that-
two, so I thought you all changed your mind.
That should say 2. We should have sector 2 in here.
Yeah,
But again, you saw the Reimagine Riviera Beach presentations from Mr. Freeman and Ms. Grimsley earlier this evening. These dollars are to pay for the furniture, fixtures, and equipment that will be going into 2129 Congress. And I can answer any questions.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes, you're recognized.
I offer an amendment to include District 2 into this resolution.
But how much was it? Is it the 75?
It was the 72,000.
72? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
There's a motion been made.
I second that.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson?
Wait.
So, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. So, I was ready to offer the motion to include District 2 and then for approval as well. Is there any more that we have to discuss?
No, sir.
So, I offer the motion to include District 2 for the stated amount by the Finance Director and resolution number 3121 for approval.
We have a second for
Second,
Miller
yeah.
Anderson. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Discussion of Earl Pleasant and Margaret Pleasant request to release mortgage and restrictive covenant. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have Assistant City Manager Ms. Deirdre Jacobs present this item.
Good evening, Madam Chair, other members of the council, Mr. Evans and Mrs. Nguyen. For the record, my name is Deirdre Jacobs. I'm the Assistant City Manager here with the City of Riviera Beach. This evening, I'll be presenting to you an item. Actually, it was a request from Mr. Earl Pleasant that the city consider releasing a mortgage, a promissory note, and a restrictive covenant from a property wherein the city granted him $297,000 in order to construct a building located at 2701 President Barack Obama Highway. The loan was actually an EDI grant that the city received from the Department of HUD. The transaction took place in February of 2011. However, there was a condition that occupancy was the date that would be triggered in order for the restrictive covenant to become effective. That date was July the 16th of 2012, so there is approximately 15 months left in order for those security documents to be satisfied. Mr. Pleasant is asking if you would please consider releasing those security documents now so that he can go ahead and, I believe he's about to sell the property. It's my understanding that even if he does sell the property, it will continue to be used as a commercial property. And I believe there are no other conditions besides those, the use of the property to remain as a commercial use. And Mr. Pleasant is here in the event that you have any questions. Staff is just asking if you would please give us direction as to how to move forward.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilman.
So the mortgage has been satisfied and there's nothing else owed to the city. It's just a matter of releasing the restrictive covenant.
No, ma'am, the mortgage has not been satisfied.
Oh.
There is a time period. What would trigger the satisfaction of the mortgage would be the 10-year requirement that won't mature until July of next year. So he's about 15 months out in terms of the mortgage, actually maturing. So what you can do is you can release the mortgage, but it's not technically satisfied. What you would do is release it if you decided to do so.
Any other questions?
Mr. Pleasant is here as well if you'd like to hear any comments from him with regards to what he intends to do with the property.
Yes, you can provide that to us, Mr. Pleasant.
Okay. My name is Earl Pleasant. I'm a citizen of Riviera Beach since 1961. Graduate of John F. Kennedy High School. I served in the military. I bought property on A.C. Evans in 1975. I'm a resident since 1975. This is my blessing ceremony at Pleasant Plaza, which was the first new retail construction in the Century City in more than 20 years. What didn't happen is the reason I'm trying to sell the property. This is a letter. Ms. Dietrich, would you read this letter for me, please?
Sure. For the record, the letter reads, "To whom it may concern, I am Earl Pleasant, the proprietor of Pleasant Plaza located for the past years I have maintained the property mainly at my expense. Although the units at the property have been successfully rented for the last year, there have been breaks in occupancy. There have also been substantial repair costs due to an improperly sealed roof and inadequate HVAC units. During this period, I was able to maintain the property and incurring costs due to income from Earl Pleasant Tile, my primary source of income. So when COVID-19 caused our economy and our communities to shut down, I was forced to shut down my tile business as well. As a tile contractor, I work in residential homes and businesses with social distancing and stay-at-home orders that become impossible. Even now, as the country and our community reopens, I have few opportunities for work, which greatly impacts my ability to cover costs and maintain the property. COVID-19 is an undeniable cause of concern for me and my business. However, it is not the only factor. Over the last few years, I have also had to deal with some underlying health issues that have contributed to my inability to work, primarily having a knee replacement and most recently having eye surgery has meant time away from my child business to recuperate. It is due to these major factors, that I request the option to sell the property known as Pleasant Plaza. Although I have only 15 months left on the contract, I believe now would be the best time for me to sell. I currently have a buyer who has shown great interest in purchasing the building. The potential buyer has an occupant in one of the units from the opening and has been consistent in paying their rent. Therefore, I ask that you consider my request to sell the property. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Sincerely, Earl L. Pleasant.
And I also spoke with Mr. McCoy, and he had some, I believe he had some remedies. If he would state those remedies.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Pleasant. Thank you for reaching out. There was a provision in the agreement that you provided to me that called for an assignment, and I did bring it to the manager and the assistant manager's attention yesterday about exercising the option of allowing you to assign your interest over. And I believe, Ms. Jacobs, your response was that the mortgage has been satisfied, but it hasn't been released, correct?
No, actually, I went back and I reread it this afternoon. The mortgage and the promissory note, as well as the restrictive covenant, they all call for the July 16th date in order for the property to be, for any of those documents to be completely satisfied. So the only way to actually assist Mr. Pleasant with getting rid of any of those documents would be for you to release those documents absent the 15 months, or if he decided to sell the property, you could still release the mortgage and allow this restrictive covenant to remain on the property for the business to continue to stay there and operate as a business.
Well, and I appreciate your analysis, but specifically in his agreement, it provides him the right to do an assignment. So whatever interest he has, he can go to whoever his seller is and assign it right over to him, and that person assumes the same provisions that he would have normally had to meet, the mortgage and the restrictive covenant and all of it. So that's why I offered Mr. Evans and Ms. Jacobs the options of doing the assignment. But here's what I want to suggest at this point, Ms. Wynn, and I want your attention on this. Being that this is probably going to be a sale that you're going to have to do a title work on, it would seem to me, and Ms. Wynn, I want some direction from you. If this is going to be something that you're trying to consummate a sale, I think perhaps going into negotiations and figuring out exactly what the title company will accept. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot I got the realtor right next to me. I mean, if they want to stipulate, if you can get a release from, I want to make sure whoever this is on the end, whoever your buyer is, can get the exact language, because I don't think we should take action before the title company says, well, you got a release, but I want a satisfaction. So I want to make sure that it works without us taking action first. And if they enter into negotiation, Ms. Wynn, you're nodding your head, but I was hoping that we can actually figure out exactly what the title company will accept to consummate the sale, as opposed to us taking action and then you go to the title company and find out they want it done a different way. That would be my recommendation, because that would really shortcut it altogether, in my opinion. If that is the
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just have a question. If this was similar to a form of a grant, when you have a like first-time home buyers grant, and you maintain it for the 10 years and then it goes away, but if you try to get rid of it before then, it's prorated. Is that an option for the 15 months for, if the sale goes through, for them to pay us the 15 months that's still on it?
I mean, I guess you could modify the restriction. It does not currently say that, so it would call for a modification of the restriction. Again, we've come to you with this we brought this to you so that we could seek direction, because we can't make that decision. Only the council can make that decision. So whether it's your suggestion that we can go back and look into, which we had not thought of, I know I hadn't, I don't know about Ms.
Well,
Jacobs.
Actually, we had thought of it, but we decided because there are so many things that you can do to be creative, we wanted to just bring it to you for your discussion, but you could prorate the dollar amount.
We would just have to amend the document, but also we could do, as Mr. McCoy suggested, Mr. Pleasant can go to a title company to see, he can have his realtor do that and see what would be required, whether the new buyer would assume these restrictions for another year and a half, and then we would bring that back to you and we'd assign that to the new buyer. So all of your ideas we can look into, we just need direction.
Let me say this, Ms. Jacobs, what is your suggestion or recommendation for this item?
You know,
I mean, the reason I ask is that when people bring items here, I know they have a feeling one way or other about it, and I understand that you brought it to us to be able to have some discussion about it. And I can respect that. I just wanted to get your take on us moving forward with this.
Madam Chair.
Hold on a second, Mr. Evans.
that's a tough one. I wasn't in the mindset of trying to take the authority away from the board.
Right. Very good. Mr. Evans?
To Mrs. Jacobs' point, we believe that it is the intent of the board to look to try to resolve the issue to effectuate the sale. And so I think based on the discussion, if in fact that's the position of the board, that gives us direction that you want us to look at some remedies and then bring that back to you as to what is the most appropriate and expeditious way to resolve it. We just wanted to see conceivably, was the board willing to make the modifications to the agreement to allow for the transaction to occur? So now that if the legislative intent from the board is there, then staff can work together with Mr. Pleasant to find out what's the most appropriate way to facilitate the transaction and come back with some recommendations for you to consider.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I make a motion that we direct staff to work with Mr. Pleasant to find an agreeable solution to this problem?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson Votel?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you.
Ms. Wynn.
Thank you,
including-
Council.
Ms. Wynn, including the title, 'cause I don't want to
Yeah.
spin our wheels with coming back here, then,
Yeah.
he hits a roadblock.
We'll look at both of the two suggestions that we received, and I guess if we come up with anything else, we'll look at all of that and bring it back to you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
So, excuse me,
Madam
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
So, if we were to speak to Mr. Pleasant and his offer was to have the documents released, would that be acceptable?
That's an option, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
Yes,
Chair?
but- Oh, Madam.
That is, she asked, because he wanted to have the item released. Now, we sat here and just agreed that we would bring back options. That could be one of the options.
But I also want to make sure that we're clear that the restrictive covenant is separate from the lease, from the release. Correct, Ms. Jacobs?
It can be.
Well, can you bring us back options? Because I don't want to release the restrictive covenant, because if that's the case, then we got to do it for all the other mortgages that the city currently holds.
Madam Chair, Mr. McCoy, you're basically saying that you would like for us to consider releasing the mortgage and the note and the restrictive covenant remaining in place for the next 15 months.
Correct.
Thank you.
And that is an option.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Motion to extend meeting.
we've already done that, sir.
We missed that? Was that in the back?
Yeah, we already done that, sir.
I think
you
you
Thank
voted yes.
Thank you so much.
I voted on that?
You voted on it.
Thank you so much.
Good.
Okay.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
I must have missed that.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
Discussion to transform the Lindsay Davis Community Center located at 1550 West 28th Street into a community police substation.
Madam Chair and members of the board, just to provide some clarity, we are not transforming the Lindsay Davis Center. We're transforming the YEP facility, not the entire recreational facility. So just for clarity for those that are at home, if I can have Major Josh Lewis make the presentation with regards to the transformation that we're looking to contemplate in the YEP facility. Major Lewis.
Thank you, sir. Major Lewis, on behalf of Chief Osgood, the purpose of this...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Why is Mr. Osgood not presenting this?
He had a medical appointment that could not be present.
Thank you.
The purpose of this discussion is the establishment of a police substation at the Lindsay Davis Center. As the manager said, it is not the entire building. It is simply the area vacated by the Youth Empowerment Center that is now vacated. The benefits of having this is tremendous. For one, it complements the department's community policing efforts. It gives us a location that we can engage with the community. It allows us to have roll call, meetings, engaging with citizens, and city meetings. The substation also would be in a strategically placed area where approximately 1/3 of all violent crime took place in 2020. During the pandemic, we actually played around with this, and we had some roll calls at this location, and we received tremendous responses from the community. Have any questions?
Oh, that's real good. I don't have any questions. That sounds good.
Mr. McCoy, are you in agreement with this substation in your district?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I want an office there too, Major. So.
We have two floors.
I have one all over town.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Motel.
I'd like to make a motion that we agree to transform that portion of the Lindsay Davis Community Center into a community police station, substation.
All right, there's a second from Councilwoman Miller Anderson. Are there any questions about this item? None being heard, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
Our next, there are no more items on the agenda. We will move into...
No, the council security.
Oh, yes, there's another item. The last item is in regards to council security. Mr. Evans, could you lead this discussion in regards to, there was a memo that was sent in regards to how we would look at security for the council, for this room, for this, for the council in general. Mr. McCoy wanted to add a caveat to this discussion to include, what was that, Mr. McCoy?
Getting security, but I think I'm going to push back. I just want their agreement.
All right, very good. So, Mr. Evans, could you please give us some background about why we are having this discussion and what that means for the council and the public?
Madam Chair, members of the board, staff has put in place some additional security measures to ensure that the elected officials as well as the public is safe when attending public meetings. We have increased our security presence as well as law enforcement and have put in some additional procedural elements that ensure better safety for those that are attending meetings here, and all that in the backdrop of COVID-19 and making sure that we're compliant with social distance requirements, et cetera. There is some thoughts with regards to enumerating some of these changes in a written policy, as well as looking at what other communities are doing and how they handle safety and security of all persons that would be attending the meeting. So staff would like the opportunity to have a more robust discussion with the board, looking at public safety at not just our city council meetings, but at some of our city facilities. Florida statute does allow for us to go into what would be considered a shade session to talk about security elements, whereby we have the privacy to have discussions about some safety procedures and protocols and things that we would like to put in place, especially with some of our new facilities that will be coming online here very soon. We do want to have the discussion with the board as to access points, who has access, scantrons, what's the appropriate way to handle the security of our visitors to our community and our residents as they access some of our city facilities. So that is kind of the backdrop of the entire conversation. We've done some things to modify the safety protocols, but nothing that comes into policy. So staff's recommendation would be to have a shade session with the board to talk about security, holistically looking at all our different facilities and entry points into our community. And then from that discussion, then bring back some policy recommendations for adoption and consideration by this board.
Are there any questions or comments from the board in regards to this? I want us to move forward with this security issue, not just for the board itself, but for the public in general coming into this building and any of the city facilities. We understand that people coming into this building have to be go through a metal detector, and that should be for everyone. So I want us to be able to have this conversation about not only having this security for the public, but for board members as well. But what I want to do is I want to have this discussion so that we can look at some of the legal ramifications. If it has to be a policy that we implement ourselves, and how we're going to move forward with ensuring not only the security of the public, but of the board members themselves.
Madam Chair.
Mr. McCoy, yes.
So let me clarify. I think you misspoke because I know they're not going to want to hear this, but let me go ahead and clear the record. There is no requirement under state law that you have to submit yourself to a security screening in order to enter into a public building. Doing so would be an unreasonable search. Unless a government agency or law enforcement has a reasonable suspicion or probable cause that a crime has taken place, you cannot require or force a person to submit to a security screening.
Those are the issues that we will discuss at our.
Well, you can discuss it, but I'm telling you right now, it's the law.
And that's what we will do, sir. We will discuss those issues, and you have the opportunity at that time to be able to have your say as you do.
It's already established in the Constitution.
And that is fine, and we will still have that discussion. Thank you. Mr. Evans, is there anything else about this issue?
No, Madam Chair.
All right, very good. Thank you. Any discussions by yourself, Mr. Evans?
Yes, Madam Chair. Obviously, at this point, the board and the community knows about the tragic loss of Mr. Terrence Holland, a phenomenal young man. Our heart is broken as an agency. Our employees are hurting. Our community is hurting, and that family is certainly hurting. And having to be at the hospital with that family and have the conversations that we've had to have with them has been undoubtedly the hardest thing that I've ever had to do as a professional. And I can tell you that for our employees out there that experienced that, that went through that, and that family and those kids, that this agency will not forsake that loss and will do everything in our power to support that family and our employees. And it's just been a challenging couple of weeks for the agency and staff. And there's not a day that doesn't go by that I don't think about it, and I know others in the agency don't think about it. And so we certainly, our thoughts and prayers are with the family. He was a remarkable young man, and we were fortunate to have him as not just an employee, but a friend of this agency and a resident of this community. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for reading the proclamation and doing the proclamation for Mr. Holland and his family. And we certainly look forward to seeing our community and that family as they go through the grieving process, and being there to support them and our fellow co-workers. Because the challenging part is that the things that those employees were exposed to and what they went through, they're not programmed to be able to process that, as public safety is accustomed to seeing those things. And so I'm really concerned about those employees, and we're trying to facilitate as much support and assistance as we can for them and for the agency as we look to process this. And so, to the family, know that your loved one is loved and respected and admired by many people, and I'm fortunate to have the opportunity to have worked alongside with him. And certainly, you know that we're always here to assist in any conceivable way. So I just wanted to take that time to recognize the life and the legacy of a phenomenal human being and a phenomenal young man, and he certainly will be missed by this agency and this community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney?
No comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
We'll start with Councilwoman Botel.
I just have a couple of committee reports. The Tourism Task Force has continued to meet, and we're almost at the end of our deliberations. We're preparing a report for council, I think, at the June meeting. On March 12th, Mr. Evans and I attended the Government Affairs Committee meeting of the Palm Beach North Chamber, and we did our report from the City of Riviera Beach. We talked about the capital improvements, our Reimagine Riviera Beach goals, et cetera. I also attended the Economic Development Committee meeting on March 25th. I don't want to go into all the details, but I asked Mr. Evans to provide you all with the slides. Do you want me to do council comments too?
No, you can just go ahead and do your committee reports.
Okay.
Are there any other committee reports from the council? Seeing none, we will start with the mayor for his statements.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
And again, just echoing the sentiments of Mr. Evans, my condolences to the Hollins family. We're here to support you. We're praying for you. April is Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month. On April 9th, I'll be out with Bridges of Riviera Beach, placing pinwheels in front of City Hall to bring awareness bring awareness and prevention. We'll also be having a Water Tower Art Project community meeting to choose 2 women for the project. The meeting will be held on April 19, 2021 from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. The meeting will also be broadcast on Channel 18 as well. Hope to see you there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Other council statements, starting with Commissioner Miller Anderson.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo what everyone else has stated previously regarding Mr. Holland. Thoughts and prayers go out to the family. Also, keeping Congressman Hastings' family in prayer as well due to his passing on yesterday. And the question I had, I think a gentleman came up earlier to the podium about the 24th Street with the flooding. I know we spoke some time ago about doing the prioritizing the streets, but was that one that we would be looking at in terms of priority, even though it's causing some major flooding?
Yes, Madam Chair. The analysis will be looking at all the streets throughout the city and grading them based on their condition and their infrastructure and the condition of the infrastructure that is associated with those roadways in our community.
Now, is that the same street? Ms. Nguyen and Mr. Bailey, I think you all, or maybe Lina, is very familiar with the issue with the wall that was put up there. Is that the same?
That is the same street. Yes.
What's going on with that wall that was put up there that from my understanding, shouldn't have been put there?
So right now, staff is looking at a couple of options to have the discussion with the residents of the community. We did stop the project from continuing until we have subsequent conversations with the community. They've communicated some of the thoughts and perspectives that they have that they'd like to see occur at the end of that a stretch of roadway. So there will be a conversation with them, and then we'll bring that back to the board for some additional discussions if it warrants that discussion with the board.
Okay, and then the situation regarding the trash pickup, I believe, on that same area. I don't know, Mayor and Mr. Bailey, from the email the young lady is constantly sending. I'm just trying to figure out, is that something that the city is supposed to be doing, or is that more of a community type maintenance of the cleaning of that area?
I think that's more of a community-initiated activity, but they have asked for some support, and so based on whatever the need is, we've helped other agencies and other persons in the community with providing them some basic necessities for community cleanups and things like that. But I think the request was for some additional support to clean up the particular area.
Okay, all right, that's it, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Miller Anderson. Councilman Botel?
Yeah, I also want to add my condolences to the family and friends of Mr. Holland. By all accounts, he was an outstanding young man, and as well to the family and friends of Congressman Hastings. I'm planning another Singer Island Town Hall meeting for May 20th at 6 o'clock at the Ambassador Center. I think we'll also do it in part virtual. I want to announce that we'll be graduating 40 students from our Riviera Beach Palm Beach State College cohort in logistics and transportation. Well, I should say 14 of those will graduate with a business specialist and logistics and transportation management, CCC, and 25 more will graduate with the business specialist or logistics and transportation. And we'll be reaching out to various businesses in the community, such as Tropical and UPS Cheney, and those businesses who are really looking for trained people in the logistics field to help us find positions for these people who have been trained by the Palm Beach State College courses. So if you're listening and you need skilled workers, please, please, please contact Sam Brown for more information. He's at stbrown@rivierebeach.org, and I'll be looking for assistance in finding jobs for these folks. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, very sorry. I was asked to announce that there will be a COVID vaccine at New Macedonia. Hang on, let me find the text. I'm sorry. A COVID vaccine, April 10th, that's Saturday. It's the Johnson & Johnson one shot, ages 18 and up. There's no appointment necessary. Pre-registration is optional at 561-247-271-3. And that's at New Macedonia, which is 748 West 9th Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy?
No, Madam Chair.
Councilman Lawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With it being Second Chance Month and Reentry Month, April 24th, we're going to be hosting a expunction festival where we'll be doing expungements, voters registration, and it'll be right in front of City Hall. It'll be 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And as well as echo the sentiments of my colleagues, I want to offer my condolences and prayers to the family of the Hollands and to Congressman Hastings' family as well. And these are great men and great leaders from this community, and they are going to be missed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Where is the 424 event will be held here?
Yes, ma'am. It's going to be held at City Hall. It'll be in the front of City Hall in the parking lot. It'll be an outdoor festival, and it'll be an expunction workshop where we're going to be expunging records of residents from the community for drug offenses. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Miller Anderson?
I just wanted to mention, I know there's an event that's going to be held here. I know the CRA is the one that kind of runs through it, but I just wanted to make sure that we aren't getting any calls. The COVID guidelines and everything is being enforced in terms of, the spacing and all of that. Can you just kind of mention how that is going to go so that the public is not freaking out and blowing our phones up?
Yes, Councilperson. We've had the opportunity, we've got a couple events since we've phased into some of our reopening. Each particular event that is occurring in our community has to submit and get approved a COVID plan. They have to get that plan approved by Public Safety, Fire Rescue, as well as Parks and Recreation. So there is guidance and direction that's being provided. They're also, in a lot of cases, having to reduce their capacity of the events. So the event that is occurring this weekend has complied with the COVID guidelines, has submitted a COVID plan, and has been approved by all the appropriate parties. It is an event on CRA or city property, but it is a private event that is a ticketed event, but they have complied with what the request of staff have been Other events that you will also see happening, there's some other events that will be occurring, I believe Jeeps on the Island, as well as a triathlon as well, that will be occurring in our community. Both those events had to comply with COVID restrictions, and a lot of these events realistically are just doing the event to continue to have their staples events in the community and start moving into some form of normalcy, but they are doing a lot of work and spending a lot of dollars as it relates to ensure the safety of all persons that are at the event. If you do feel uncomfortable or you have any questions, obviously there's going to be event coordinators and staff that's going to be on site to assist and provide any clarity that persons may have. But I think the event organizers have done a good job on making sure peoples are safe and masks are provided and the like. So they do have to submit they have to go through a pretty extensive process that's approved by staff before they can even have the event. So it is compliant with, and I think some of them have reduced their capacity to at least 50% of what they've done, even more, so maybe even 70% of what they've done in the past as it relates to their events.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Evans, on those reduced capacity events, do we reduce our fee that we charge those folks? Because obviously, if you got a ticketed event, and this is solely for the purposes of them being able to, admit a certain number of people, have we adjusted the prices?
We haven't adjusted the prices for events, and we actually looked into what other entities are doing. There isn't a situation where they're reducing prices, but one of the things we do want to come back and have the discussion with the board is their opportunity to co-sponsor events, whereby by co-sponsoring, certain hard costs that the event organizers are used to absorbing would be absorbed by the city. So those are some things that, we would bring back in another discussion with the board to try to lure and retain some of the events that we have here in the community. But there's no reduction in fees that have been offered to those event organizers.
Follow up. And,
Yes.
And then, Mr. Evans, I don't know if you have the answer, but you remember we did the fencing and park and rec. Is that being offered as part of these packages and these deals that these folks are?
I can't speak on specificity, but as it relates to the fencing that was acquired, but I know that the event that's occurring this weekend, there is some fencing that is being utilized in areas that are being sectioned off, because I know I've had conversations with law enforcement as street closures and some of the things, so they're really confining the spaces that they'll be utilizing, but I don't know if they're utilizing the fences that we have or if they got it from a private provider.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that being said, my comments include a Great American Cleanup, April 17th, 8 a.m., 928 7th Street. This is a cleanup that I'm doing in conjunction with the Riviera Beach CDC and CRA, and this is going to put some focus on the areas of 1st through 7th Streets in Riviera Beach, on that side of town, where we want to be able to start doing new homes and getting first-time home buyers involved in that area. The second item is, of course, you heard the reentry program. The reentry month is April 13th. Here at the marina, we're having the reentry awareness night. That will include a movie and a panel discussing reentry for Riviera Beach. The third thing is that, as you all know, that since I've been sitting on this board and before that, I have been very, very vocal about the traffic on 13th Street. And I'm sure you've heard this 100 times, but we are still working on trying to make sure that these large, over-large trucks are not coming down 13th Street. We had a community meeting about 2 weeks ago in regards to this issue. There are about 3 or 4 options that the committee, not the committee, but the community came up with. They include everything from partial road closure to permanent road closure to traffic circles to signs to chicanes. And we're going to have next month another community meeting in the community, actually in the community on the street, to be able to get people in that neighborhood involved in making a decision about how we're going to traffic calm that area. And of course, the fourth thing I want to speak about before I sign off is the crime in Riviera Beach. I live in Federal Garden, and there have been a significant amount of shootings in this area in the past week or so. And I want to be able for this community, because I know that the police cannot do it by themselves. But what we have is a nerve-wracking issue for everybody who lives in the city, and specifically in my neighborhood. It has gotten out of control. And we need to be able to address the crime in this city. I don't know what we need to do, but we need to do something. This has gotten ridiculous. I am nerve-wracked with police, fire, EMT down my street every single day. People who don't live, who live maybe out from the city, don't hear these sirens and these fire trucks and these EMTs every day, twice a day. It is nerve-wracking. And something has to be done. And I want this community, I want the police department to be able to come up with some solutions about what is happening in this city, because we cannot get anybody to come and move here. We cannot get anybody to bring their children to school here if we are having this continuous shootings and crime in the city. And I want not just the police and not just more police, but the community to get involved in how we're going to address this issue. And you will be hearing something from the chief and from the city manager about this issue, because something has to be done. It is enough for me. It's been enough. And I want the community, and not just say more police and not just say the police should do it. This has to be a community issue, period. There are more than one way to skin a cat. And we have to come up with some solutions and how we're going to address crime in this community and in Riviera Beach. And with that being said, meeting is adjourned. I need security, Mr. McCoy.